Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter was trained by his ancestor, Dorea Black Spirit. So do 4 blue hearts comment. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description.
Harry's hand was on the cupboard door before he'd even decided to do it. Blood dripped from his nose onto the dusty floorboards. Behind him, Vernon was still yelling, something about freaks and ungrateful wretches and teaching lessons. But the words had stopped meaning anything about 3 hits ago. Petunia stood at the kitchen entrance, dish towel twisted in her white, knuckled hands, lips pressed into that thin line that meant she'd seen everything and would pretend she hadn't. The cupboard door creaked open. Harry grabbed the oversized jacket that used to be Dudley's, the one with the broken zipper that he'd rescued from the trash last winter. His hands weren't shaking. That felt wrong somehow. They should be shaking. "Don't you walk away from me, boy." Harry walked away from him. The front door handle was cold under his palm. He turned it. The November air hit his bloody face like a slap, and for 1 second, he almost turned back. The cupboard was small and dark and smelled like dust and cleaning supplies, but it was warm. It was known. Vernon's heavy footsteps thundered toward the entryway. Harry ran. His bare feet slapped against the frozen pavement of Privet Drive. No shoes. He hadn't thought about shoes. Hadn't thought about anything except away, except the look on Vernon's face when he'd grabbed Harry by the hair and, "Don't think about it. Just run." The street lamps buzzed orange overhead, turning the neat suburban houses into something strange and shadowy. Number 2's pristine lawn. Number 6's ugly garden gnomes. Number 10's fancy car that Mr. Pocus washed every Sunday morning. Harry had watched that car through the window of his cupboard so many times, counting the circles of Mr. Pocus's sponge to make himself sleepy. He reached the end of Privet Drive and kept going. Little Winging wasn't big, but to a 5-year-old who'd never been allowed past the garden fence unsupervised, it felt endless. Harry ran until his lungs burned, then walked until he caught his breath, then ran again. Past the primary school, where he'd started attending 2 months ago, where the other children already knew not to talk to him, because Dudley would make them pay for it. Past the little shopping center with the chemists and the post office and the bakery that always smelled like heaven when Harry was sent on errands. Past the train station where commuters waited in neat lines for the 7:15 to London. The train station, Harry slowed, panting, his breath misting in the cold air. The platform was empty this late at night, just dim lights and metal benches and the hum of electricity through the tracks. A sign said the next train wasn't until. Where would he even go? The question hit him like Vernon's fist. He didn't know anyone outside Little Winging. He didn't have any money. He didn't have shoes. His nose had stopped bleeding, but his face felt swollen and wrong. And he was pretty sure his left eye was doing that thing where it puffed up so much he couldn't see through it properly. A woman came out of the station's small waiting room, pulling a wheeled suitcase behind her. She glanced at Harry, and her steps faltered. For a moment, something flickered across her face. Concern, maybe, or recognition of something wrong with this picture. A tiny boy alone at a train station at night, barefoot, face battered. Harry bolted before she could say anything. He couldn't explain why. Couldn't explain the terror that spiked through his chest at the thought of being stopped, questioned, returned. Aunt Petunia had told him once what happened to ungrateful children who made problems. They got sent to orphanages where the beds had bugs and the food was gruel, and nobody ever came to adopt the troublemakers. They just rotted there until they were old enough to be thrown onto the streets. "Should have left you on the doorstep to freeze," she'd said, mouth pursed. "Would have saved us all a lot of trouble." The cold was really starting to bite now. Harry's feet had gone from painful to numb. which seemed better until he stumbled on a crack in the pavement and couldn't feel whether he'd hurt himself. The oversized jacket hung past his knees, but it wasn't doing much against the wind. He pulled it tighter, hugging himself, and kept walking. The houses got older the further he went. Newer developments gave way to Victorian terraces, then to something even older, cramped buildings with crooked chimneys and windows that sat at weird angles. Harry had never been to this part of town before. Didn't know it existed. A church appeared on his left, its steeple black against the cloudy sky. Next to it, separated by a low stone wall, sat a cemetery. Harry stopped. Graveyards were supposed to be scary. Dudley thought they were scary. He'd cried during that Halloween special about zombies and refused to go outside for a week. But looking at the rows of headstones, the bare trees, the little gate hanging open like an invitation, Harry didn't feel scared. He felt quiet, like his brain had finally stopped buzzing with panic and settled into something calmer. Dead people couldn't hurt you, that was a fact. Dead people couldn't grab you by the hair or lock you in cupboards, or tell you that your parents were drunken layabouts who'd gotten themselves killed in a car crash because they were too worthless to drive properly. Harry slipped through the gate. The grass was wet with frost, and his numb feet felt nothing as he walked between the graves. Some headstones were fancy, big crosses and carved angels and names picked out in gold leaf. Others were simple slabs so old that the writing had worn away to nothing. Harry found himself reading the ones he could make out, sounding out the letters the way Miss Patterson had been teaching him at school. Margaret Ellen Whitmore, 1892–1934, beloved mother. Thomas James Hartley, 1923–1944, gave his life for king and country. Baby Rose, 1967–1967, too beautiful for earth. That last one made Harry's throat tight. He didn't know why. He couldn't remember ever crying for someone else, but something about those dates, 1967 to 1967, less than a year, barely any time at all, made his eyes sting. He kept walking. The cemetery was bigger than he'd expected. It sprawled across a hillside, newer sections giving way to older ones, ordinary graves giving way to elaborate tombs. Some of these looked like tiny houses, stone buildings with proper doors and peaked roofs, family names carved above the entrances. P.M. Berto Harababaitaike Carlisle. Harry's feet carried him deeper, past a section where the headstones had skulls on them. That was a little scary, actually, past a massive yew tree whose branches swept the ground like curtains, past a pond that had frozen over and glittered faintly in the distant light from the church. And then he found it. The mausoleum sat at the very back of the cemetery, separated from the other tombs by an old iron fence that had mostly rusted away. It was built from black stone that seemed to drink in the dim light, making it hard to look at directly. The architecture was strange, not quite like anything Harry had seen before, with angular lines and a door that seemed slightly too tall and narrow for normal people. Above the entrance, carved into the stone with deep, shadowed letters, To Jo Yours Pour. Harry had no idea what that meant. French, maybe. Miss Patterson had mentioned French once, said it was a language people spoke in a country across the water. The door was ajar. Later, Harry would wonder what made him go inside. He was 5 years old, freezing, barefoot, and alone in a cemetery at night. By all rights, he should have been terrified of a creepy building with a creepy motto and a door that hung open like a mouth. But his feet kept moving, carrying him up the 3 stone steps, carrying him through the gap between the door and its frame, carrying him into the darkness beyond. Inside, the cold lessened. Not warmth exactly, but a stillness in the air, an absence of wind. Harry stood in complete blackness for a long moment, waiting for his eyes to adjust, waiting for something terrible to happen. Nothing did. Slowly, shapes began to emerge from the dark, stone walls lined with rectangular plaques, names and dates. Harry realized, like compact gravestones laid on their sides. A vaulted ceiling that disappeared into shadow, a floor covered in a thin layer of dust that his bare feet left prints in. In the center of the room, there was a raised platform with 2 large stone boxes on it. No, not boxes. What were they called? The fancy word for coffins that went above ground. Sarco something. Miss Patterson had mentioned it during a lesson about ancient Egypt. Harry approached the platform, too tired and cold to be properly scared anymore. The stone boxes had carvings on their lids, figures lying down with their hands folded over their chests, like statues of sleeping people. A man and a woman. The man had a beard and a stern expression even in stone. The woman looked younger, her hair carved in waves that pooled around her shoulders, her face almost peaceful. Names were carved into the bases. Shials Potar 1907, 1978, Dora Potar, Nablsk 1920, 1977, Potter. Harry's breath caught. His hand reached out without permission, fingers brushing the dusty stone of the woman's tomb. Potter. That was his name. That was. Aunt Petunia had said his parents were named James and Lily. Said it once when she was especially angry, said, "You're just like your father," in a way that made it clear this wasn't a compliment. But she'd never mentioned any other Potters, never mentioned grandparents or aunts or uncles or anyone at all. Harry had assumed there was no one, that his parents had appeared from nowhere, had their car crash, and left Harry alone in the world without a single person who shared his blood. But here was a Potter. Here was Dorea Potter, carved in stone, dead since 1977, 8 years before Harry was even born. If he'd done the math right, his grandmother. Harry's legs gave out. He sat down hard on the dusty floor, back against the stone platform, and pulled his knees to his chest. His grandmother. He had a grandmother. She was dead, had been dead for longer than Harry had been alive, but she'd existed. She'd been real. His father had come from somewhere, from someone, from a family that buried their dead in fancy tombs in hidden corners of cemeteries. A family named Potter. "You shouldn't be here," Harry screamed. He scrambled backward, bare feet sliding on the dusty floor, heart slamming against his ribs so hard it hurt. The voice had come from everywhere and nowhere, resonant and strange, and Harry's eyes darted frantically through the darkness trying to find the source. "Oh, hush. I'm not going to hurt you." Something shifted in the shadows near the far wall. Harry's back hit stone, one of the plaques lining the walls, and he couldn't retreat any further. His breath came in sharp gasps, his hands pressed flat against the cold surface behind him. A woman stepped out of the darkness. Except she didn't step so much as drift, and she wasn't quite solid, and Harry could see the wall behind her through the pale glow of her form. A ghost. Harry had never seen a ghost before. Hadn't believed they were real, despite Dudley's terrified certainty about zombies and monsters under beds. But here was a woman made of moonlight and memory, floating 3 inches off the ground, looking at Harry with an expression he couldn't quite read. She was beautiful in a way that felt old-fashioned and severe. Her hair was dark, swept up in an elaborate style that exposed the sharp lines of her cheekbones and jaw. Her dress was formal, high-collared, with long sleeves and a skirt that faded into mist where her feet should have been her eyes, even ghostly and glowing faintly silver, were sharp, intelligent, assessing. "A child," she said, and something flickered across her translucent features. "Why is there a child in my mausoleum?" Harry couldn't make words happen. His throat had locked up, his voice buried under layers of terror and shock, and the absolute certainty that this was it, this was how he died, frozen to death in a cemetery, and then murdered by a ghost for trespassing. The woman floated closer. Harry flinched. She stopped. "You're frightened." Her voice had changed, still resonant and strange, but softer now. "I suppose that's reasonable. I'd be frightened too, if I were 5 years old and confronted by a specter in a tomb." She tilted her head, studying him. "How old are you?" 5, 6. F5, Harry managed. The word came out broken, barely a whisper. 5. The ghost's expression did something complicated. "And alone in a graveyard at night, barefoot, in November, with blood on your face." Each observation landed like a stone dropped into still water. Who did this to you? Harry didn't answer. Couldn't answer. The question felt like a trap. Every question was a trap. That was another thing he'd learned. If he told the truth, he was winning and making up stories. If he lied, he was a deceitful little freak. If he stayed silent, he was being deliberately disrespectful. The ghost watched him struggle. Her eyes, those sharp silver eyes, moved across his face, taking in the swollen bruises, the dried blood under his nose, the way his left eye had puffed almost shut. "You don't have to tell me," she said finally. "But I can't help you if I don't understand the situation." A pause. "I'm not going to hurt you. I couldn't if I wanted to. Ghosts can't physically touch the living. And I don't want to. Hurt you, that is?" Another pause, longer this time. "You have my word." Harry didn't know what a ghost's word was worth. Didn't know what anyone's word was worth, really. Uncle Vernon made promises all the time that turned out to mean nothing. But something about the way this woman spoke, the careful precision of her sentences, the steady gaze that didn't waver, it felt different. "What's your name?" the ghost asked. "Harry." The word was out before he could stop it. "Harry Potter." The ghost went absolutely still. For a long moment, nothing happened. Harry sat on the cold stone floor, shivering, watching the transparent woman float motionlessly in the dark air of the mausoleum. Her face had gone strange. Not angry, not scared, but something else. Something Harry had never seen on an adult's face before. "Harry Potter," she repeated, and her voice cracked on the second word. "Harry." "James's son." Harry nodded, unable to speak again. "And Lily's." The ghost's form flickered, wavering like a candle flame in a draught. You're their boy. James and Lily's boy. My grandson. My." She broke off, pressing a translucent hand to her mouth. "I knew you existed. Watched the papers from beyond. Saw the headlines about the boy who lived. But I thought, they said you'd been placed with family. That you were safe and protected." "My aunt and uncle," Harry whispered. "Petunia." The name came out like a curse. The ghost's flickering steadied, her expression hardening. "Lily's sister, the one who..." She stopped herself, visibly regaining control. "The one who refused to attend the wedding. Who sent back every letter. Who called my daughter-in-law." Another stop, another breath she didn't actually need to take. "They placed you with her." Harry didn't understand half of what the ghost was saying. Letters. Wedding. Daughter-in-law. The pieces weren't fitting together in any pattern he could recognize. But one thing was becoming clear: this woman, this ghost, had known his parents. Really known them. "You're my grandmother," Harry said. It wasn't a question.
"Yes."
Dorea's voice was thick with something that might have been tears, if ghosts could cry. "I'm Dorea. I was your father's mother." She drifted closer, slowly, giving Harry time to retreat if he wanted to. "I died before you were born. Before James even knew Lily was pregnant, a wasting illness. Took me quickly," the healers said. "A mercy." Harry stayed where he was. His heart was still pounding, but the terror had faded into something else. A desperate, aching hope that he didn't quite dare to feel. "I never got to hold you," Dorea continued, floating until she was just a few feet away. "Never got to see your first smile or hear your first words. I watched from beyond. Those of us who choose to remain can watch, sometimes, in fragments. But I couldn't intervene, couldn't warn anyone about the betrayal that was coming. Couldn't save." Her voice broke. "I couldn't save any of them. Betrayal." Harry seized on the word without understanding why. What betrayal? Dorea's ghostly face went through another complicated shift. "You don't know," she said slowly. "They didn't tell you? Tell me what?" The ghost was silent for a long moment. Then she sighed, a strange sound like wind through bare branches, and lowered herself to Harry's eye level, her misty form hovering just above the dusty floor. "Your parents didn't die in a car crash, Harry. They were murdered." The word hit Harry like a physical blow. Murdered. Not an accident, not drunk driving. Not worthless layabouts who couldn't be bothered to stay alive, murdered. Be who? His voice came out strange and thin. A wizard, Dorea said. A dark wizard named Voldemort. The most dangerous Dark Lord in centuries. Her eyes searched Harry's face. Do you know what a wizard is? Harry shook his head, then stopped. That wasn't quite true. He knew about wizards in stories, men with long robes and pointed hats who cast spells and had magical powers. But those weren't real. Those were just fairy tales. Except there was a ghost floating in front of him. A ghost who knew his name and his parents' names and was telling him about murders and dark lords. Magic is real, Dorea said, as if reading his mind. Witches and wizards exist. Your father was a wizard. Your mother was a witch. I was a witch. And you. She reached out, and Harry felt the strangest sensation, like cold air with intention brushing against his cheek. You have magic in your blood, Harry. Powerful magic. I can feel it. Harry repeated numbly. Magic. Dorea's voice was gentle but firm. The ability to do things ordinary people can't. To make objects move without touching them. To light fires without matches. To unlock doors without keys. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Have you ever made something happen? Harry. Something you couldn't explain. Something that shouldn't have been possible. Harry thought about the time his hair grew back overnight after Aunt Petunia shaved it off. About the sweater that shrank 3 sizes when she tried to force him into it. About the teacher's wig that turned blue when she wouldn't let him use the bathroom. About ending up on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing him, with no memory of how he'd gotten there. Yes, he breathed. That was your magic, Dorea said. Uncontrolled, instinctive, reacting to your emotions. All magical children experience it before they're trained. It's called accidental magic. Her ghostly form seemed to solidify slightly, becoming more present. The Dursleys, they punish you for it, don't they? Harry's silence was answer enough. They beat you. It wasn't a question this time. They starve you and lock you away and tell you that you're worthless, that your parents were worthless, that everything about you is wrong and bad and freakish. Harry felt something hot sliding down his cheeks. Tears. When had he started crying? They lied, Dorea said, and her voice was fierce now. Fierce enough to make Harry's breath catch. Your parents were heroes. James was brave and brilliant and funny. He made everyone laugh, even when things were darkest. Lily was kind and clever and so powerful that wizards twice her age were jealous. They loved you more than anything in this world. They died protecting you. Protecting me. Voldemort came for you specifically. You were his target. And your parents stood against him even though they knew they couldn't win. Dorea's eyes blazed silver. When Voldemort tried to kill you, the killing curse, the spell that has no counter, something happened. The spell rebounded. Voldemort was destroyed, his body obliterated. You survived with nothing but a scar. That's why they call you the boy who lived. You're the only person in history to survive the killing curse. Harry's hand went automatically to his forehead, to the lightning bolt scar that Aunt Petunia had always told him came from the car crash. That scar, Dorea said, nodding. That's where the curse struck you, where it should have killed you. But it didn't. Your mother's sacrifice, her love, given freely, created a protection so powerful that even the darkest magic couldn't penetrate it. His mother's love. His mother, who had died protecting him, who had stood between him and a monster and chosen death over letting her son be hurt. Harry sobbed. It wasn't dignified. It wasn't quiet. It was the kind of messy, hiccuping crying that always earned him extra punishment at the Dursleys. The kind that Aunt Petunia said was manipulative and dramatic and typical of ungrateful freaks who didn't appreciate everything they'd been given. But Dorea didn't tell him to be quiet. Didn't tell him he was being dramatic. She just floated there, her ghostly form as close as she could get without passing through him, making soft sounds that might have been comfort if they'd come from a living throat. "I'm sorry," she said, when his sobs finally started to quiet. I'm sorry, Harry. You should have grown up surrounded by people who loved you. You should have known the truth from the beginning. You should have been cherished, not. She broke off, her expression twisting with something that looked like guilt. I stayed here, in this tomb, all these years, because I couldn't bear to move on without knowing what happened to my family. And now I find out that my grandson, my only grandchild, has been living in hell while I did nothing. You couldn't know. Harry whispered, his voice raw. I should have known. Doria's eyes met his, fierce and sorrowful. I should have checked, should have found a way. Ghosts can travel, sometimes, can observe. I was selfish, wrapped up in my own grief, and you paid the price. It's not your fault, isn't it? She laughed bitterly. I'm your grandmother. I should have protected you. Instead, I haunted an empty tomb for 8 years while you were beaten and starved and told lies about your own history. Harry didn't know what to say to that. The guilt in Doria's voice was so heavy, so real, that it made his chest hurt. I'm here now, he offered finally. Dorea stared at him. Then something shifted in her expression. A crack in the grief, a glimmer of something else. Yes, she said slowly. You're here now. Her ghostly form straightened, becoming more defined, more present. And I have a choice to make. A choice. Whether to move on. Doria's voice was quiet. That's why ghosts stay, Harry. Because they can't bear to leave. Because there's something tethering them to this world. Unfinished business, as the living call it. I stayed because I couldn't accept my family's fate. Couldn't bear not knowing what happened to James, to Lily, to you. She paused. Now I know. My son is dead. My daughter-in-law is dead. My grandson is alive but suffering. The knowledge I needed has been granted. Harry's heart stopped. You're going to leave? Doria's eyes never left his face. I could move on now. Accept my death properly. Go wherever it is that the dead are supposed to go. A long pause. Or I could stay. Stay. You need someone, Harry. Someone who knows the magical world. Someone who can teach you about your heritage, your powers, the truth of what you are. Doria's voice strengthened. Someone who won't let you go back to those monsters. Someone who will make sure you never spend another night in a cupboard under the stairs. The words hit Harry like a wave. Someone who would make sure. Someone who would stay. Someone who wanted him, not because they had to, not because he'd been dumped on their doorstep, but because they chose to. Why? The question came out before he could stop it. Why would you do that? You don't even know me. Doria's ghostly features softened. You're my grandson, she said simply. James's son, Lily's son, the last of my blood in this world. Why wouldn't I stay? Harry faltered, all of Aunt Petunia's words crowding into his throat. Worthless, ungrateful, a burden, a freak. You're a child, Dorea said firmly. A child who's been hurt and lied to, and made to feel like he deserves the suffering that's been inflicted on him. None of that is true. Not one word of it. Her voice dropped, becoming almost tender. You're not a freak, Harry. You're not worthless. You're not ungrateful or bad or wrong. You're a scared little boy who ran away from abuse, and you found your way here. To me. And I am choosing to believe that means something. Harry couldn't speak. His throat had closed up again, but not from fear this time. I'm staying, Dorea said. The words rang through the mausoleum like a vow. I'm staying, and I'm going to teach you everything I know. Magic, history, politics, strategy, what it means to be a Potter, what it means to be a Black. Her lips curved into something that was almost a smile. Your father's family wasn't the only one with power, you know. My maiden name was Black, one of the oldest, most influential families in Wizarding Britain. Their knowledge, my knowledge, is your birthright too. A Potter and a Black. Harry turned the words over in his mind, tasting their weight. But first, Dorea said, her voice becoming brisk, we need to deal with the immediate situation. You're freezing. Harry blinked. He'd almost forgotten about the cold. The terror and the tears, and the revelations had pushed it to the back of his mind. But now that Dorea mentioned it, he could feel it again, the numbness in his feet, the shivers running down his spine, the ache in his fingers. "I can't make a fire," Dorea said apologetically. "Ghosts can't interact with physical objects, but you can." "I can't," Harry said automatically. "I don't have matches or—" "You have magic." The word stopped him cold. "Right. Magic." He had magic. "The accidental magic you've experienced," Dorea continued, "happened when your emotions were strong enough to fuel it. But magic can be controlled, Harry. Directed. With focus and will, you can make it do what you want, not just what your instincts demand." "How?" Dorea considered the question. "Close your eyes," she said finally. "Think about warmth. Not the word, the feeling. What warmth feels like against your skin. The sensation of standing in sunlight, or wrapping yourself in a blanket fresh from the dryer, or drinking something hot on a cold day." Harry closed his eyes. He thought about the summer 2 years ago, when the Dursleys had gone on holiday and left him with Mrs. Figg, and he'd been allowed to sit in her garden while her cats wound around his ankles. The sun had been warm on his face, really warm. He'd felt almost happy. "Good?" Doria's voice came from somewhere nearby. "Now imagine that warmth inside you, in your chest, like there's a little sun living behind your ribs, and it's been sleeping, and now it's waking up." Harry imagined it. A sun, small and golden, curled up somewhere near his heart. He could almost see it in his mind's eye, a tiny ball of light, flickering faintly, like it wasn't sure it was allowed to shine. "Let it grow," Dorea said. "Let it spread. From your chest into your arms, your legs, your fingers, your toes. Don't force it, invite it. Tell it where you need it to go." The warmth started in his chest, a faint glow barely noticeable. But as Harry focused on it, thought about his frozen feet and his shivering body and his desperate need for heat, it began to expand. Slowly at first, then faster, down his arms, through his stomach, into his legs. His feet started to tingle. "Oh," Harry breathed, eyes flying open. "Oh, that's magic," Dorea said, and she was smiling now, really smiling, her ghostly features transformed by something that looked like pride. "Your magic, Harry, warming you from the inside out." Harry looked down at his hands. They weren't glowing or anything dramatic like that, but they felt different, alive, like there was electricity running under his skin, buzzing faintly in his bones. "I did that," he said wonderingly. "I actually did that, and you'll do much more in time." Doria's smile faded into something more serious. "But not tonight. Tonight, you need rest. We'll figure out the details tomorrow, where you'll stay, how to keep you hidden, what to do about those despicable relatives of yours." Her eyes flashed dangerously. "Make no mistake, Harry. They will pay for what they've done to you. Not immediately, perhaps, but eventually. The House of Black has a long memory, and we do not forgive those who harm our own." Harry should probably have felt scared by the cold fury in Doria's voice. Instead, he felt something else entirely, something he couldn't quite name. "For now," Dorea said, her tone gentling, "sleep. This mausoleum isn't comfortable, but it's protected. Old wards from when my husband was alive. No one will find you here unless you want to be found. Sleep." Harry hadn't realized how tired he was until she said the word. His legs felt like lead. His eyelids were drooping. The warmth he'd called up was making him drowsy instead of energized, like slipping into a hot bath. "The floor's dusty," Dorea said apologetically, "but there's a small alcove in the back that's somewhat sheltered. My husband had it built for, well, never mind. It'll serve as a bed for tonight." Harry let her guide him to the alcove, a small indentation in the wall, lined with old fabric that might once have been velvet, but was now mostly dust and tatters. He curled up on it, pulling Dudley's oversized jacket around himself, and felt the last of his tension drain away. Safe. He was safe. For the first time in his life, he was somewhere that no one could find him, with someone who actually seemed to want him there. "Grandmother," He mumbled, the words strange and wonderful on his tongue. "Can I call you that?" Dorea's ghostly form flickered, and when Harry looked up at her, there were silver tears tracking down her translucent cheeks. "You can call me whatever you like, Harry," she said softly. "Grandmother?" "Grandma Dorea." "Even hey you. As long as you're here. As long as you're safe. That's all that matters." Harry smiled, a tiny smile, barely a curl of his lips, but the first real one he could remember making. "Grandmother," he said again, just to feel it. "Yes, love." "Thank you for staying." Dorea's form solidified slightly, becoming more present, more real. "Thank you for finding me," she replied. "Now sleep. We have a great deal of work to do tomorrow." Harry closed his eyes. The last thing he heard before drifting off was Dorea's voice, soft and fierce, speaking to the darkness of the mausoleum like a promise. "No one is ever going to hurt you again, Harry James Potter, not while I exist in any form. I swear it on my blood, my magic, and my eternal soul. You are mine now, and I protect what's mine." Harry slept. He didn't dream. Or if he did, he didn't remember it. The exhaustion was too complete, the relief too overwhelming. For the first time in his life, he'd fallen asleep feeling something other than dread about what tomorrow would bring. When he woke, it was to pale gray light filtering through the cracks around the mausoleum door. His body ached from sleeping on stone, and his face throbbed where Vernon's fists had landed. But the cold was gone. The magical warmth he'd summoned still hummed faintly in his chest, like an ember waiting to be stoked. "Good morning." Harry sat up, blinking. Dorea hovered near the center of the room, her ghostly form looking slightly more faded in the daylight, less silver, more like smoke caught in a sunbeam. "Morning," Harry mumbled, rubbing his eyes. His left one was still swollen, making the action lopsided. "We need to talk," Dorea said without preamble. "About what happens next." Harry's stomach clenched. Here it was, the part where she explained why he couldn't stay, why this had all been a lovely dream that couldn't last. "You can't go back to the Dursleys," Dorea continued, and Harry's fear transformed into confusion. "That's non-negotiable. The question is what we do instead." "What we do instead," Harry repeated slowly. "You're 5 years old and a wizard. In the magical world, that means certain things. Certain protections. Certain rights." Dorea's voice was brisk, professional, so different from the soft tone she'd used last night. "You're also the heir to 2 significant magical families, the Potters and the Blacks. That gives you resources if we can access them." "I don't understand." Dorea paused, visibly recalibrating. "Let me explain more simply. In the wizarding world, families like the Potters and Blacks have money, gold stored in a magical bank called Gringotts. They have properties, houses protected by ancient magic. They have political power, seats on the governing body called the Wisingamot." She floated closer, her eyes intent. "Your father was an only child. When he and your mother died, everything they owned passed to you. You're the last Potter. That means you inherited all of it. But I'm 5. Which is why there are systems in place. Magical guardians to manage estates until heirs come of age. Trust funds to provide for minor children. Legal protections to ensure orphans aren't," Dorea broke off, her expression darkening, "aren't left to be raised by Muggle abusers, theoretically. Muggle, non-magical people. Those without magic." Dorea waved a translucent hand. "The terminology isn't important right now. What's important is that you have options, Harry. Options that someone deliberately kept from you." Harry thought about Aunt Petunia's comments, about being dumped on the doorstep, about no one wanting him. "Someone left me with the Dursleys," he said slowly. "Yes." Dorea's voice was tight with controlled anger. "Someone decided that Harry Potter, hero of the wizarding world, defeater of the Dark Lord, heir to multiple fortunes, should be raised by magic, hating Muggles in complete ignorance of his heritage." Her form flickered dangerously. "I intend to find out who and why, but if they wanted me there," Harry's voice wavered. "Won't they come looking? When they find out I'm gone. Dorea was silent for a moment. Then she sighed, a ghostly sound like wind through dead leaves. Yes, she admitted, they will. Which is why we need to move carefully. We can't simply walk into the Ministry of Magic and announce your presence. We don't know who we can trust, who was complicit in your placement, who might try to send you back. Her jaw set. But we're not without allies or resources. We are. I told you last night, I was a black before I married your grandfather. The black family is complicated. Many of my relatives were dark wizards. Some were Death Eaters, followers of the creature who murdered your parents. Dorea's eyes hardened, but not all. And the family has resources, protections, properties that have nothing to do with dark magic. If we can access them, how do we do that? Dorea smiled, a thin, sharp expression that made Harry think of knives. That's where things get interesting. I've been dead for 8 years, but not entirely gone. I've watched. Listen to Colonel Lord Black, my father is still alive, ancient bitter, and watching his family destroy itself, but alive. Your father is alive. Harry did the mental math and boggled. How old is he? 103 last I counted. Wizards live longer than muggles when they haven't been killed by dark lords or family members. Dorea's lips quirked. Arcturus Black was never a warm man, never particularly kind, but he valued family above everything else, and he spent the last decade watching that family crumble into madness, imprisonment, and death. What does that have to do with me? Your family, Harry. Through me you carry black blood, and more importantly, Dorea paused, something complicated moving across her ghostly features. More importantly, you're not insane. You're not a convicted criminal. You're not a fanatic or a murderer or a Death Eater. That's a low bar. Dorea laughed, a genuine sound, surprised and bright. You have no idea. The Black family tree is a horror show, Harry. My cousin Walburga's sons, one is in Azkaban, the wizarding prison, and the other was killed serving the Dark Lord. My nephew Regulus died in mysterious circumstances. My niece Bellatrix is in Azkaban for torturing people into insanity. Her laughter faded. When I tell you that a 5-year-old with no criminal record is the best heir option my father has right now, I'm not exaggerating. Harry absorbed this information. His mother's family had been normal, awful, cruel and petty and small-minded. His father's family, apparently, was dramatically awful, dark lords and prisons and torture. So we contact your father, Harry said slowly, trying to follow the logic. And he helps us. Hopefully Arcturus is a proud man. The thought that his great-great-grandson, Dorea stumbled over the words, counting generations, has been raised in squalor by muggles will offend him on a fundamental level. Not because he cares about your well-being, necessarily, but because it's an insult to the family name. You want him to help me because he's offended. I want him to help you because it's in his interests to do so. Arcturus responds to incentives, not sentiment. Dorea's voice was matter of fact. If he acknowledges you as a black heir, you gain access to protection, resources, legal standing. In exchange, he gets an heir who might actually continue the family line without destroying it. Everyone benefits. Harry thought about this. It was cold logic, manipulation, really. But after years of living with the Dursleys, he understood cold logic, understood that people did things for reasons, and if you could figure out the reasons, you could predict what they'd do. Okay, he said. How do we contact him? Dorea's smile widened. That's my boy. We. A sound from outside cut her off. Footsteps. Multiple sets, crunching on frozen grass. Harry's heart slammed into his throat. He scrambled backward, pressing himself against the wall of the alcove, making himself as small as possible. Dorea flickered, her form going nearly transparent as she positioned herself between Harry and the mausoleum door. Sure, this is the right place. Bloody Cemetery's massive. The tracking spell was clear. The boy's magical signature leads here. Harry stopped breathing. They were looking for him. Someone was looking for him with magic, and they'd found him, and he was going to be dragged back to the Dursleys and stay hidden. Dorea hissed, her voice barely audible. Stay silent. Let me handle this. The mausoleum door creaked open. Two figures stepped through, a man and a woman, both wearing long robes in a way that should have looked ridiculous but somehow didn't. The man was tall and thin, with graying hair and spectacles that caught the pale morning light. The woman was shorter, younger, with a severe expression and her wand, an actual magic wand, clutched in her hand. They saw Dorea immediately. The woman's wand came up, the man's hand shot out to stop her. Wait, he said sharply. That's a ghost, Amelia. She can't hurt us. Amelia, the woman, didn't lower her wand. What's a ghost doing in a Muggle cemetery? This isn't a magical burial ground. No, Dorea said coolly, floating forward until she was directly between the intruders and Harry's hiding spot. But it is a Black family mausoleum. We've maintained a presence in this cemetery for centuries, long before the statute of secrecy separated our worlds. The man's eyebrows rose. Dorea Black, Dorea Potter, the same. And you are trespassing. Madam Potter. The man's tone shifted to something more diplomatic. My apologies for the intrusion. I'm Albert Runcorn, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. This is Amelia Bones. Same department. We're searching for a missing child. I'm aware of no missing children. Harry Potter. Runcorn's voice was careful. The boy who lived. He disappeared from his guardian's home last night. Our tracking spells led us here. Harry pressed himself harder against the wall, trying to will himself invisible. Dorea's ghostly form flickered slightly, a tell, Harry realized. She was worried. Harry Potter. Dorea repeated slowly. James's son? Your grandson, yes. Runcorn took a cautious step forward. Madam Potter, if you know where the boy is. I died 8 years ago, Mr. Runcorn. I haven't seen my grandson since before he was born. How would I know his whereabouts? The tracking spell. Lids to a Black family mausoleum. Perhaps your spell is detecting residual magic from the wards, or from my own presence. Dorea's voice was ice. Or perhaps you should question why a 5-year-old child would run away from his guardians in the first place. Silence. Harry watched through a crack in the alcove's fabric, his heart hammering. Runcorn's expression had flickered at Dorea's words, something uncomfortable moving behind his eyes. Amelia Bones lowered her wand slightly. The Dursleys reported that the boy became violent and attacked his uncle before fleeing. They're worried about his safety. Are they? Dorea's voice could have frozen fire. And did you examine the child before he allegedly attacked his uncle? Did you see his injuries? Did you ask why a 5-year-old boy would run away from his home, barefoot, in November? That's enough. Runcorn's tone had hardened. Madam Potter, we're not here to debate the appropriateness of the boy's placement. We're here to find him and return him to his legal guardians. Legal guardians who were approved by the Wisingamot and the Chief Warlock himself. Runcorn cut her off. Harry Potter is a ward of magical Britain, placed with his aunt and uncle for his own protection. That arrangement was made by Albus Dumbledore personally, and it is not subject to debate. Dorea went still. Absolutely, dangerously still. Dumbledore, she said softly. Dumbledore placed my grandson with those people. The arrangements are confidential, but yes, Dumbledore oversaw the placement. Now, Madam Potter, if you'll excuse us, we need to continue our search. The tracking spell suggests the boy was here recently, even if he's moved on. Amelia Bones was frowning. Her eyes swept the mausoleum, lingering on shadows on corners, on the alcove where Harry was hiding. For a terrible moment, Harry was sure she'd seen him, sure she was about to raise her wand and drag him out. But then Runcorn touched her arm, and she turned away. Let's check the rest of the cemetery, Runcorn said. The spell may have dissipated if he's no longer in the immediate area. They left. The mausoleum door swung shut behind them, and Harry heard their footsteps crunching away through the frost. For a long moment, Neither Harry nor Dorea moved. Then Dorea spun toward him, her ghostly form crackling with something that looked like lightning. "Dumbledore," she hissed. "Albus Bloody Dumbledore, of course. Of course it was him." "Who?" Harry's voice cracked. He cleared his throat and tried again. "Who is Dumbledore?" Dorea laughed bitterly. "The most powerful wizard in Britain, headmaster of Hogwarts, chief warlock of the Wisingamot, slayer of the Dark Lord Grindelwald, and apparently," her eyes blazed silver, "the man who decided that the savior of the wizarding world should be raised in a cupboard by muggles who hate magic." Harry didn't know what to say. The name Dumbledore meant nothing to him, but the rage in Dorea's voice was clear enough. "He'll be looking for you," Dorea continued, forcing her voice back to something calmer. "Tracking spells, monitoring charms, the whole apparatus of magical Britain's government. We can't stay here. The Mausoleum's wards fooled them this time, but they'll be back with stronger methods." "Where do we go?" Dorea's expression hardened into something that looked like determination. "Somewhere Dumbledore can't follow. Somewhere even the Ministry won't dare to tread." Her ghostly form turned toward the door, toward the world outside. "We're going to my father, Harry. We're going to Arcturus Black, and we're going to make sure that no one, not Dumbledore, not the Ministry, not anyone, ever treats you like a disposable pawn again." Harry stood up. His legs were shaky, his face still ached, and he was barefoot in a cemetery in November. But for the first time since running away from Privet Drive, he didn't feel lost. He felt like he knew exactly where he needed to go. "How do we get there?" he asked. Dorea smiled, a sharp, dangerous, utterly beautiful smile. "First," she said, "we need to teach you how to disappear." The mausoleum was quiet for a moment. Pale light filtered through the cracks around the door. Dust motes danced in the air. And then Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the boy who ran, the boy who had just discovered that everything he thought he knew was a lie, took his first step toward becoming something no one expected. Outside, the Ministry wizards searched the cemetery. Inside, a grandmother began teaching her grandson what it meant to be a black. "Focus," Dorea said, her ghostly form hovering before him. "The magic is already inside you. You proved that last night, calling warmth, but warmth is passive. What we need now is active. Active. Magic that does something, changes something. In this case," she gestured at Harry's feet, "magic that makes you impossible to track." Harry looked down at his bare feet, purple with cold despite the warming charm he'd maintained through the night. "How?" "The tracking spell they used keys off your magical signature. Every wizard has one, unique as a fingerprint, constant as a heartbeat. Normally, there's no way to mask it. But there is a way to muddle it, to make it blend into the background noise of ambient magic. And I can do that. You can learn." Dorea's voice was firm. "The technique is called signature dampening. It's not common knowledge. Most wizards rely on wards and concealment charms instead. But I was a black, Harry. We learned the old ways. The ways that don't require wands." Harry's ears pricked up. "You keep mentioning wands. Like they're important. They are. A wand focuses and amplifies magic, makes it easier to cast specific spells with precision. Most witches and wizards can't do anything complicated without one." Dorea paused. "But wands are also a limitation. They require movement, words, concentration, and they can be tracked, taken, broken. The old magics, blood magic, ritual magic, intent-based casting, don't have those weaknesses, but they're harder, much harder. Most wizards never bother learning them. Why struggle with wandless magic when a simple flick and incantation will do the job?" Dorea's smile was sharp. "But most wizards aren't 5-year-old boys who need to hide from the entire Ministry of Magic." "Fair point. So what do I do?" Dorea considered for a moment. "Signature dampening is about will. About telling your magic to be quiet. Not suppressed. You can't actually stop being magical, but muffled. Like wrapping a bell in cloth. How do I tell my magic to do anything? The same way you told it to warm you last night. intent. Focus, belief. Dorea floated closer, her silver eyes intense. Close your eyes. Feel your magic, that warmth in your chest. Do you feel it? Harry closed his eyes. The warmth was still there, exactly where he'd left it, a small sun behind his ribs, glowing softly. Yes. Good. Now, instead of making it grow, I want you to make it dim, not go out. Just get softer, fainter, like turning down the flame on a stove. Harry tried. He imagined reaching for the little sun, imagined wrapping his hands around it, imagined slowly lowering its brightness. Nothing happened. You're thinking too hard, Dorea said, not unkindly. Magic isn't intellectual, it's emotional. Don't think about dimming the light. Feel what it would be like if you were invisible, unnoticed. Just another piece of the background. Harry thought about the Dursleys, about how the best days were the ones where no one noticed him at all. When he could slip through the house like a shadow, get his chores done, avoid the shouting and the hitting. Those days were rare, but they happened sometimes. Days when he was perfectly, blissfully invisible. He reached for that feeling, that sense of being nothing. Nobody, not worth looking at. Something shifted. The warmth in his chest didn't dim exactly, but it changed. Became less bright, less obvious. Less like a sun and more like coal. Like a coal maybe. Still hot, still alive, but banked. Hidden. Oh, well done. Dorea's voice was hushed with something that sounded like awe. Harry, that's well done. Harry opened his eyes. Did it work? Better than I expected. Your signature is still there. I can feel it, but it's muffled. Indistinct. If those ministry fools came back right now, their tracking spells would slide right off you. Pride bloomed in Harry's chest, warm and unfamiliar and painfully good. But, Dorea continued, her tone sharpening, the dampening won't last forever. You'll need to renew it every few hours, especially when your emotions are running high. Strong feelings make magic flare up. Remember that. Strong feelings. Got it. Dorea nodded, looking satisfied. Now, we need to get you out of this cemetery before those ministry idiots widen their search. There's a flu connection point in the church next door. Abandoned now, but still functional. We can use it to reach one of the Black family properties in London. A flu connection point. A fireplace connected to the flu network. It's how wizards travel. You throw a special powder into the flames, speak your destination, and step through. You emerge from another connected fireplace somewhere else. Harry stared at her. You travel through fire, magical fire, but yes. Dorea's lips quirked. The wizarding world is full of wonders, Harry, and dangers. You'll learn to navigate both. She drifted toward the mausoleum door, then paused. There's one more thing before we go. What? Dorea turned back to face him, her ghostly features arranged into something serious. When we reach my father, when you meet Arcturus, you need to understand something about him, about the Blacks in general. Okay, we are not nice people. The words were flat, unadorned. The Black family has produced dark wizards, murderers, fanatics. We've married our cousins to keep the blood pure. We've disowned children for minor infractions. We've supported causes that I won't pretend to justify. Harry waited, sensing there was more. But we are also survivors. We've lasted for over 1,000 years, through wars and persecutions and dark lords and light lords. We've adapted, changed, bent without breaking. Dorea's eyes met his. Arcturus will test you, Harry. He'll try to figure out what you're made of, whether you're worth investing in. Don't try to impress him with bravado or flattery. He'll see through both. Just be yourself. Be honest. Answer his questions and don't flinch from the hard ones. What kind of hard questions? Dorea smiled sadly. The kind about who you want to be. What you're willing to do. How far you'll go to protect what's yours. Her form flickered. The kind I had to answer when I was young. The kind that shaped everything that came after. Harry absorbed this. It sounded scary. It sounded hard. But then again, everything good in his life had been scary and hard. Running away had been scary. Finding Dorea had been hard. Learning to dampen his magic had been both. "I'm ready," he said. Dorea looked at him for a long moment. Then she nodded, something like pride warming her ghostly features. "Yes," she said softly, "I believe you are." The church next door was old and empty, its pews covered in dust cloths and its stained glass windows dark with grime. Harry picked his way through carefully, wincing as his bare feet found loose stones and splintered wood. There, Dorea pointed to a massive stone fireplace at the back of the nave. The flue connection point. The church was used for wizarding services centuries ago, before the Statute of Secrecy forced us underground. The Muggles don't know the fireplace is special. The fireplace looked dead. No fire, no embers, just cold stone and old ash. Harry approached it cautiously. "How do I? There's no fire." "You'll make one." Dorea floated beside him. "Same principle as the warming charm, but external instead of internal. Focus on flame, on heat, on combustion. Then push that feeling outward, into the fireplace." Harry took a breath. He reached for the sun in his chest, the coal now, banked and quiet, and felt for the warmth within it. Fire. Heat. Burning. He thought about the candles Mrs. Fig had on her mantelpiece, tiny flames dancing in glass holders. He thought about the kitchen stove at the Dursleys, blue fire hissing under pots. He thought about the matches Aunt Petunia used to light the pilot light, the little scratch and flare of ignition. Fire. His magic stirred. The warmth in his chest rose up through his shoulders, down his arms, into his hands, and flame burst into existence in the empty fireplace. Not orange flame, not normal flame. Green flame, vivid and strange, crackling with energy that felt completely different from ordinary fire. "Excellent." Dorea's voice was businesslike, but Harry caught the gleam of satisfaction in her eyes. The green means the flue connection is active. "Now, do you see that pot on the mantelpiece?" Harry looked. A small, dusty pot sat on the stone shelf above the fireplace, half hidden in shadow. "Flue powder," Dorea explained. "Take a handful, throw it into the flames, and speak your destination clearly. The flames will grow large enough to step through. Don't be afraid. The fire won't burn you while the connection is active." "Where are we going?" "Black Manor, London. It's a hidden property in the city, one of several. The main seat is in the countryside, but the London house will do for now." Dorea paused. "Speak clearly. The flue network is notoriously literal. If you stumble or mispronounce, you could end up somewhere unexpected." Harry reached for the pot. The powder inside was gray and sparkling, like a mix of ash and glitter. He scooped out a handful, stepped closer to the green flames, and took a breath. "Black Manor, London," he said clearly, and threw the powder into the fire. The flames roared up, turning brighter green, taller than Harry, hot, but not burning against his face. For a moment, Harry hesitated. This was insane. This was walking into fire. This was. "Go," Dorea urged. "I'll follow." Harry stepped into the flames. The world spun. No, that wasn't right. The world dissolved. Harry felt himself pulled apart and pushed together, stretched and compressed, tumbling through a tunnel of green light and whirling shapes. He caught glimpses of other fireplaces flashing past. A cozy sitting room, a grand hall, what looked like a pub, and then suddenly, violently, he was spat out onto a hard stone floor. Harry lay there for a moment, gasping, waiting for his stomach to settle. The floor beneath him was cold and smooth. Marble, maybe. The air smelled like dust and something else, something sharp and old. Not the most graceful landing, but acceptable for a first time. Harry looked up. Dorea's ghostly form was drifting through the fireplace behind him, apparently unbothered by the spinning and dissolving. "That was horrible," Harry managed. "You get used to it." Dorea looked around the room they'd arrived in, her expression going distant. "I haven't been here in years, decades. Charles and I stayed here sometimes when business brought us to the city." Harry pushed himself up and looked around. They were in a large entrance hall. High ceilings, dark wood paneling, portraits on the walls, dozens of them. Severe-looking men and women in old-fashioned clothes, watching Harry with painted eyes that seemed almost alive. No, not almost. One of the portraits was definitely moving. An old woman with silver hair and a sharp nose had turned in her frame to stare directly at Harry. "Who," the portrait demanded, "is this?" "Great Aunt Dorea," Dorea said calmly. "May I present Harry James Potter, son of James Charles Potter, grandson of Charles and Dorea Potter." "My grandson." The portrait's eyes widened. "Potter, but the Potter boy is a baby. He's 5 now. And he's mine." Dorea's voice was steel. "Spread the word to the other portraits. Harry Potter is under black protection. Anyone who threatens him answers to me." Eladora's painted mouth worked soundlessly for a moment. Then she straightened, something like respect entering her expression. "As you say, Dorea. Welcome to Black Manor, young Potter." The portrait turned and walked out of her frame, presumably to spread the news. Harry looked at Dorea. "The paintings can move. Magical portraits contain an imprint of the person they depict. Not truly alive, but aware. They serve as messengers, guards, repositories of family history." Dorea drifted forward. "Come, we need to get you cleaned up and fed before we contact Arcturus. You look like you've been sleeping in a tomb." "I have been sleeping in a tomb." Dorea's lips twitched. "Fair point. This way." Black Manor was enormous. Harry followed Dorea through hallways and staircases, past rooms filled with covered furniture and more portraits that watched him pass with undisguised curiosity. The whole place felt old, not abandoned old, but ancient old, like it had been standing for centuries and intended to stand for centuries more. They ended up in a bathroom that was bigger than the Dursleys' entire ground floor. A massive bathtub dominated the center, surrounded by gleaming fixtures and mirrors that reflected Harry's battered face back at him. "Clean yourself up," Dorea instructed. "The taps are enchanted. Think about the temperature you want, and the water will adjust. I'll find you some clothes." "How? You can't touch anything." "I can instruct the house elves." At Harry's blank look, Dorea elaborated, "Magical servants. They're bound to the house, and will follow my orders as a member of the family." Her voice softened slightly. "They're not slaves, Harry, despite what it might look like. House elves bond with magical families by choice. It gives them power, purpose. But we can discuss the ethics later. For now, bathe." She drifted through the wall, leaving Harry alone. The bath was amazing. Hot water that adjusted to exactly the right temperature. Soap that smelled like pine trees and lathered without stinging his eyes. Shampoo that made his messy hair feel clean for the first time in weeks. By the time Harry emerged, pink and pruned and feeling almost human, a set of clothes had appeared on the counter. Simple but well-made trousers that actually fit, a soft shirt, woolen socks, and proper shoes. Everything in blacks and grays. He dressed quickly, marveling at the sensation of clothes that weren't 3 sizes too big or covered in stains. Dorea was waiting in the hallway. Her ghostly eyes moved over him, assessing. "Better," she pronounced. "You look almost respectable. Now, food?" The kitchens were in the basement, a huge space with massive hearths and hanging copper pots, and a long wooden table where a house elf was already setting out a meal. The elf was small, barely up to Harry's waist, with huge bat-like ears and enormous eyes. It wore a pillowcase with the Black family crest on it. "Master Harry Potter, sir." The elf squeaked, bowing so low its nose nearly touched the floor. "Creature is honored to serve the young master. Creature has prepared breakfast as Mistress Dorea instructed." Harry looked at the spread on the table. Bacon, eggs, toast, sausages, mushrooms, beans, orange juice, tea. More food than Harry had ever been allowed to eat in a single sitting. His stomach growled so loudly that Creature jumped. "Eat," Dorea said gently. "You need your strength." Harry ate. He tried to go slowly, to have manners like Aunt Petunia always demanded, but after the first bite, his body took over. He shoveled food into his mouth, barely chewing, desperate to fill the hollow ache that had been his constant companion for years. Dorea watched in silence. Creature kept refilling plates. By the time Harry finally slowed down, he'd eaten more than he'd ever eaten in his life. His stomach was uncomfortably full, but it was a good discomfort. A satisfied discomfort. "When did you last have a proper meal?" Dorea asked quietly. Harry thought about it. "I don't know. The Dursleys gave me food. Just not much. And not the good stuff." Dorea's form flickered dangerously. The good stuff. Dudley's birthday cake. Aunt Petunia's roast. Uncle Vernon's bacon. Harry shrugged. "I got whatever was left over. If there was anything left over." For a long moment, Dorea said nothing. Then she turned to Creature. "Creature. From this moment forward, Harry Potter is to be fed properly. 3 meals a day, plus snacks. No restrictions, no rationing. He eats until he's full, and then he eats some more. Is that understood?" Creature's ears quivered. "Creature understands, mistress. Creature will feed Master Harry until he is plump and healthy like a proper wizard." "Good." Dorea turned back to Harry. "Now, it's time to contact my father." Arcturus Black lived in the main family seat, Black Hall, somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. Dorea explained that she couldn't travel there herself. Ghosts were bound to specific locations or objects, and she was bound to the London Mausoleum and its associated properties. But she could communicate via portrait. They went to a room that Dorea called the Portrait Gallery. It was exactly what it sounded like, a long hall lined with paintings of Black family members dating back centuries. At the far end, larger than all the others, hung a portrait of an elderly man with white hair and a face like carved granite. "Arcturus," Dorea called. The portrait didn't move. "Father, I know you're there." Slowly, the painted figure opened its eyes. They were sharp and cold, fixed on Dorea with an expression of profound irritation. "Dorea." The voice was deep, resonant, and completely lacking in warmth. "You've been dead for 8 years. What could possibly be important enough to disturb me now?" "I've found your great-great-grandson." The portrait went still then, slowly. Arcturus's painted gaze moved past Dorea to fix on Harry. Harry made himself meet those eyes. Cold eyes, assessing eyes. The eyes of a man who had lived for over a century and had long since stopped being impressed by anything. "Harry Potter," Arcturus said slowly. "The boy who lived." "Yes, sir. You're supposed to be with Muggles, protected by Dumbledore's arrangements. I ran away." Harry kept his voice steady. "The Muggles were hurting me. Grandmother found me." Arcturus's eyebrows rose fractionally at the word grandmother. "Show me," he said. Harry didn't understand for a moment. Then Dorea touched his shoulder, or tried to, her ghostly hand passing through with a cold tingle, and murmured, "Your face, Harry. The bruises." "Oh." Harry lifted his chin, letting the light from the enchanted candles fall fully on his features. The bath had cleaned away the dried blood, but the bruises remained: the swollen left eye, the split lip, the mottled purple and yellow marks on his cheeks. Arcturus's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes, something dark and dangerous. "Muggles did this," he said flatly. "His uncle." Dorea's voice was tight. "The boy has been living in a cupboard under the stairs. Beaten, starved, worked like a house elf. And all of this sanctioned by Albus Dumbledore himself." "Dumbledore." Arcturus's voice was ice. "He placed Harry with the Muggles, approved the guardianship, left a child of 2 noble houses to be raised by magic, hating filth." The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Arcturus's painted features had gone completely still. The stillness of a predator deciding whether to strike. "You want me to acknowledge him," Arcturus said finally. "To bring him under Black protection." "Yes." "The political implications." "I don't care about politics." Dorea's voice cracked like a whip. "He's my grandson. Father. He's 5 years old and he's been through hell. He needs protection. He needs family. And right now, you're the only family in a position to provide it." Harry watched the portrait, watched the calculation happening behind those ancient eyes. This man, this painted echo of a man, was deciding his fate. would decide whether Harry had a future or got sent back to the Dursleys. Boy. Arcturus's attention shifted to Harry. Do you know what it means to be a black? No, sir. Honesty. Dorea had said to be honest. Grandmother only found me last night. I don't know much of anything yet. Something that might have been approval flickered across the portrait's face. At least you're not a liar. Many who claim our name are eager to speak of the honor and the glory without understanding the cost. What cost? The cost of being hated. Arcturus's voice was harsh. The blacks have enemies, boy. We've made them through centuries of power, ambition, and refusal to bend. If you become one of us, truly one of us, you inherit those enemies. People who would love to see you fail, who would celebrate your destruction. Harry thought about Dudley, about the kids at school who laughed when he tripped, who called him names, who never invited him to birthday parties or picked him for their teams. I'm used to being hated, he said quietly. At least this way I'd know why. Arcturus stared at him. For a long, long moment neither of them blinked, then the old man laughed. It was a dry, dusty sound, like pages turning in an ancient book. But it was real. Harry had the sense that Arcturus Black didn't laugh often. You have spine, boy, good. You'll need it. Arcturus's expression settled into something more businesslike. Very well. I'll acknowledge you as a black hair. Not the primary hair. That's still contested. But a recognized member of the family with all associated rights and protections. Harry felt his knees go weak with relief. He hadn't realized how tightly he'd been holding himself until the tension drained away. There are conditions. Arcturus continued. You will learn our history, our traditions, our magic. You will conduct yourself in a manner befitting your heritage. And you will not, under any circumstances, bring further shame upon the family name. I understand. Do you? Arcturus's eyes bored into him. The blacks have fallen far in recent years. My grandchildren are dead, imprisoned, or disgraced. My great-grandchildren are worse. You represent a chance, a slim chance, to rebuild something from the ashes. His voice hardened. If you betray that chance, I will destroy you myself. Ghost grandmother or no ghost grandmother. Feather, Dorea began. Quiet. The boy needs to understand the stakes. Arcturus's gaze never left Harry. Well, Harry took a breath. He thought about everything Dorea had told him, about the dark wizards and the murders and the 1,000 years of history, about the madness and the fanaticism and the terrible choices. And he thought about the alternative. Going back to the Dursleys. The cupboard, the fists, the slow starvation of body and soul. I understand, Harry said again. I won't let you down. Arcturus studied him for another long moment. Then he nodded. We'll see. The portrait's expression shifted to something almost businesslike. Dorea. I'll send the official documents via all. The acknowledgement will be filed with the ministry by end of day. That should provide some legal protection, at least. Thank you, Father. Don't thank me yet. This is only the beginning. Arcturus's painted eyes moved to Harry one last time. Welcome to the House of Black, Harry Potter. Try not to get yourself killed. The portrait closed its eyes. The conversation, apparently, was over. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. That went well, Dorea said, and there was something like wonder in her voice. I wasn't sure he would agree. He seems terrifying. Cold, utterly without sentiment. Yeah, he is all of those things. Dorea drifted closer. But he's also practical. He saw what you could be, what you could mean for the family, and he made a calculated decision. That's how Arcturus operates. What happens now? Now we wait for the official acknowledgement. Once that's filed, you'll have legal protection as a black hair. The ministry won't be able to simply scoop you up and return you to the Dursleys. They'll have to go through proper channels, make their case before the Wisingamot. Will that stop them? Dorea's smile was sharp. It'll slow them down, and slow is all we need. Enough time for you to grow, to learn, to become someone they can't ignore. Harry nodded slowly. His mind was spinning, trying to absorb everything that had happened in the last 12 hours. Yesterday morning, he'd been a freak living in a cupboard. Now he was a wizard, a potter, a black, a target, and a hope. "What do I do until then?" he asked. Doria's ghostly eyes gleamed. "Until then, my dear grandson, we get you educated. You've got 6 years until Hogwarts, and I intend to make every minute count." She turned and drifted toward the door. Harry followed. Behind them, in the portrait gallery, Arcturus Black's painted eyes cracked open just slightly. He watched his great-grandson walk away, small and thin and battered, but walking with his chin up and his shoulders back. The old man's lips curved into something that might, in the right light, have been called a smile. "Interesting," he murmured to himself. "Very interesting indeed." Chapter 20 Lessons from the Dead. Harry's wand arm was shaking. "Again," Dorea said, her ghostly form circling him like a silver hawk. "You're hesitating at the apex. The motion needs to be fluid, one continuous sweep. I've done it 20 times already, and you'll do it 20 more until you get it right. The warming charm is foundational. If you can't master this, you'll never progress to anything useful." Harry gritted his teeth and raised his arm again. No wand. Dorea insisted he learn the movements in theory before they acquired one, but his fingers were positioned as if holding an invisible instrument. He swept his hand through the air in the pattern she'd shown him, focusing his intent on warmth, on heat, on comfort. A faint shimmer followed his fingertips, not quite visible, but almost. "Better." Doria's voice lost some of its edge. "Your intent is strong. It's the execution that's sloppy. Remember, magic responds to precision as much as power. A poorly aimed spell is worse than no spell at all." 3 months. That's how long Harry had been living in Black Manor, learning from his grandmother's ghost, eating creatures' meals, and slowly transforming from a starving, terrified child into something else entirely. He still had nightmares about the cupboard, still flinched sometimes when shadows moved unexpectedly. But the bruises had faded, the hollow ache in his stomach had filled, and for the first time in his memory, Harry was learning what it felt like to be valued. "Let's take a break," Dorea said, floating toward the window. "Your magical reserves are depleted. Pushing further would be counterproductive." Harry lowered his arm gratefully. They were in what Dorea called the practice room, a large, empty space on the 3rd floor that had been cleared of furniture and reinforced with protective wards. Scorch marks on the walls testified to Harry's early attempts at fire calling. A crack in the ceiling marked the day he'd accidentally launched himself upward while trying to levitate a feather. "How long until I can use a wand?" Harry asked, dropping onto a cushion by the window. "When your control is sufficient. Another year, perhaps, maybe less, if you continue progressing at this rate." A year. Harry had learned not to complain about Dorea's timelines. She'd been teaching magic for longer than most people lived. She knew what she was doing. "Tell me about the Wisingamot again," Harry said instead. This had become their routine during breaks. Practical magic followed by theory, history, politics. The stuff that would matter when Harry eventually entered Wizarding Society. Dorea settled into a hovering position near him, her form more solid than usual. She'd explained once that ghosts drew strength from emotional connections. The closer she felt to Harry, the more present she became. The Wisingamot is the governing body of magical Britain, part legislature, part judiciary, part advisory council to the Minister of Magic. Membership is primarily Harari. The ancient families hold seats passed down through generations, though some positions are awarded for merit or service. And I have a seat. You have 2, technically. The Potter's seat has been held in trust since your parents' deaths. The Black seat is complicated. Arcturus holds it currently, but his health is failing. When he dies, the succession is contested. Because of Sirius. Dorea's expression flickered. They'd discussed Sirius Black 3 weeks ago. Harry's godfather, Dorea's great-nephew, currently rotting in Azkaban for betraying Harry's parents to Voldemort. Yes, Sirius was the heir presumptive before his imprisonment. Legally, he's still alive, which means the seat can't pass to anyone else until he either dies or is formally stripped of his claim. Dorea paused. There are those who would very much like to see that claim stripped. The Malfoys, primarily. Narcissa is Sirius's cousin. She married Lucius Malfoy, and their son Draco would become a potential heir if Sirius is removed from the line. Harry filed this away. Names, relationships, alliances, enmities. Dorea had been drilling him on the interconnected web of pure-blood politics since his second week at the Manor. What about me? You're an acknowledged black heir now, but through a female line. That puts you below Sirius in the succession, and below Draco if Sirius is removed. However, Dorea's voice took on a thoughtful tone. You're also a Potter. The combination of both bloodlines gives you options that neither the Malfoys nor the imprisoned Sirius possess. Like what? Like the ability to claim seats on multiple Wizengamot committees, like access to both families' political alliances, like the symbolic weight of being both the boy who lived and a black hair. Dorea's ghostly eyes met his. You're uniquely positioned, Harry. The question is how you choose to use that position. Harry thought about this. 3 months ago, he hadn't known magic existed. Now he was learning about political maneuvering in a government he'd never seen, preparing for conflicts he didn't fully understand. It should have been overwhelming. Instead, it felt like armor. Every piece of knowledge Dorea gave him was another layer of protection, another tool he could use to ensure he never ended up powerless again. Master Harry. Creature's croaky voice came from the doorway. A letter has arrived. From the Ministry. Harry's stomach clenched. Ministry letters had been arriving regularly since Arcturus filed the acknowledgement. Demands for information, requests for welfare checks, increasingly pointed suggestions that Harry return to his proper guardians. Dorea had taught him to handle them with polite, legally precise responses that gave nothing away. Bring it here, creature. The house elf shuffled forward, presenting a cream-colored envelope sealed with purple wax. Harry took it, noting the weight, heavier than usual, and broke the seal. His eyes scanned the contents, then scanned them again. What is it? Dorea asked sharply. They're scheduling a hearing. Harry's voice came out flat. The Wizengamot, to determine the appropriate placement of the minor Harry James Potter in accordance with his best interests and the security concerns of magical Britain. Dorea went very still. When? 6 weeks. Show me. Harry held up the letter. Dorea couldn't touch it, but she could read over his shoulder, her ghostly form pressing close. Dumbledore, she hissed after a moment. This has his fingerprints all over it. The phrasing about security concerns. He's invoking the protection argument, claiming you need to be returned to the Dursleys for your own safety. Can he do that? He can try. The blood wards. Dorea broke off, her expression twisting. When your mother died protecting you, she created a powerful protection. Blood magic, sacrificial magic, the most ancient kind. That protection is tied to her bloodline. As long as you live with someone who shares Lily's blood, your aunt, the protection remains active. Harry felt cold despite the warming charms layered throughout the manor. So Dumbledore was right to send me there. No. Dorea's voice was sharp. The protection kept you safe from magical threats, from followers of the Dark Lord who might seek revenge. It did nothing to protect you from the Muggles themselves. Dumbledore prioritized defense against external enemies while ignoring the enemy within your own home. But if the Wizengamot thinks the protection is important, they might rule in his favor. Yes. Dorea's form flickered with agitation. We need to prepare. 6 weeks isn't much time, but it's enough. You need to be ready to speak for yourself, to present yourself as capable and informed, and we need allies. Allies. People who will speak on your behalf. Who will challenge the narrative that you're better off with Muggles who beat you. Dorea began pacing, floating back and forth through the practice room. Arcturus will help, but his influence has waned. We need someone with current political standing. Someone who can counter Dumbledore's weight. Harry thought about the names he'd learned. The families, the factions, the shifting alliances. What about? A crack of apparition interrupted him. Harry's hand went automatically to his side, reaching for a wand he didn't have yet, as a figure materialized in the center of the room. It was an old man. Ancient, really. Older than anyone Harry had ever seen, with skin like crumpled parchment and eyes that burned with cold intelligence. He wore robes of deep black, embroidered with silver thread in patterns that seemed to move when Harry looked at them directly. "Grandfather," Dorea said, her voice carefully neutral. "I wasn't expecting you." Arcturus Black, the real Arcturus Black, not a portrait, looked at his daughter and then at Harry. His gaze was sharp enough to cut. "The hearing notice arrived today," he said without preamble. "I assume you've seen it. Just now. Then you understand the situation." Arcturus moved further into the room, his presence filling the space despite his frail appearance. "Dumbledore is making his move. He's spent 3 months laying groundwork, meetings with Wizengamot members, articles in the Prophet about the importance of stability for war orphans, carefully placed concerns about the dark influence of the Black family." Harry felt his jaw tighten. "He's been working against me this whole time. He's been working toward what he perceives as a necessary outcome." Arcturus's voice held no particular emotion. "Dumbledore believes, truly believes, that you must be raised by muggles kept ignorant of magic, kept humble and pliable until he's ready to mold you into whatever weapon he needs." "How do you know what he believes?" Arcturus's lips curved slightly. "Because I've known Albus Dumbledore for nearly a century, boy. He operates on a simple principle, the greater good. Any action is justified if it serves his vision of what the world should be. Individual suffering, even the suffering of children, is acceptable collateral damage. That's..." Harry struggled for words. "That's monstrous. That's pragmatism. Taken to its logical extreme, yes, but pragmatism nonetheless." Arcturus settled into a chair that hadn't been there a moment ago, conjured from nothing with barely a flicker of effort. "The question is not whether Dumbledore is a good man. The question is whether you can defeat him in the arena he's chosen. The Wizengamot hearing." "Precisely." Arcturus steepled his fingers. "Dumbledore has advantages. His reputation, his political influence, the sympathy of the public for the boy who lived, and the assumption that he knows best what that boy needs. Fighting him on those terms would be foolish." "Then how do we fight him?" Arcturus's cold eyes warmed. "Just fractionally, just for a moment." "Would change the terms. We don't argue about what's best for Harry Potter. We argue about what Harry Potter wants for himself." Dorea drifted closer. "Father, he's 5 years old. The Wizengamot won't take his wishes seriously. They will if he presents those wishes articulately, with clear reasoning, in a manner that forces them to see him as more than a symbol." Arcturus's gaze fixed on Harry. "Can you do that, boy? Can you stand before the most powerful witches and wizards in Britain and convince them that you know your own mind?" Harry thought about the cupboard, about the darkness and the hunger and the voice in his head that had whispered, over and over, that he deserved this, that he was worthless, that no one would ever care. He thought about Dorea, who had chosen to stay, about Creature, who filled his plate without being asked, about Arcturus, ancient and cold, who had traveled here in person because he saw something worth fighting for.
"Yes,"
Harry said. "I can do that." Arcturus studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded. "Good. Then let's begin." The next 6 weeks were the most intense of Harry's life. Arcturus visited 3 times a week, subjecting Harry to mock interrogations that made Dorea's lessons seem gentle. He played the role of hostile Wizengamot members, firing questions designed to trip Harry up, to make him angry, to provoke responses that could be used against him. Why did you run away from your guardians? Because they were hurting me. Define hurting. Children often exaggerate discipline into abuse. My uncle hit me hard enough to blacken my eye. I was made to sleep in a cupboard under the stairs. I was fed scraps and told I was worthless. And yet you survived. Perhaps the discipline was harsh but necessary. Harry's hands clenched. There's nothing necessary about beating a 5-year-old. Control your temper. Arcturus's voice was sharp. They will try to provoke you. If you lose your composure, you lose the battle. It went on like that for hours, days, weeks. Harry learned to keep his voice calm even when his blood was boiling. Learned to answer questions with questions when direct answers would hurt him. Learned to present information selectively, emphasizing the facts that supported his case while neither lying nor revealing more than necessary. "You're improving," Arcturus said one evening, after a particularly brutal session. "Your control is impressive for your age." "Thank you." It wasn't entirely a compliment. The old man's eyes were unreadable. Control is useful, but it can also be a mask. Don't let it become a cage. There will be moments when genuine emotion serves you better than composure. When you need them to see you as a child, as a victim, as someone worthy of protection. Arcturus leaned forward. "The Wisengamot members are not evil, Harry. Most of them genuinely want what's best for you. If you present yourself as a miniature adult, calculating, controlled, strategic, they may admire your precocity, but they won't feel the instinct to protect you." Harry thought about this. So I should cry, act scared. No, acting would be transparent. But when you speak about what the Dursleys did, let them see that it hurt. Let the pain show, just for a moment, before you collect yourself. That vulnerability, that evidence that you're still a child who has suffered, that's what will move them. It was manipulative. Harry understood that. He was being taught to weaponize his own trauma, to use his pain as a tool for winning political battles. He found he didn't care. If manipulation was what it took to stay free, he would manipulate. If showing vulnerability gave him power, he would be vulnerable. Whatever it took. The Dursleys had spent 4 years teaching him that he was powerless. Dorea and Arcturus were teaching him the truth. Between sessions with Arcturus, Harry continued his magical education. Wandless magic remained the focus. Dorea explained that wandless control was harder to develop later in life, while wanded magic could be learned quickly once the fundamentals were in place. "Your core is strong," she told him one afternoon, watching him successfully levitate a quill across the room. "Stronger than I expected. Your mother's sacrifice didn't just protect you from the killing curse. It anchored something in your magical foundation, made it more stable, more resilient." "Is that good?" "It's unusual. Whether it's good depends on how you use it." Dorea's ghostly features softened. "Your father was powerful, Harry. Quick and clever with his magic, brilliant at transfiguration. But he was also reckless. He trusted his power to get him out of situations that careful planning could have avoided. And my mother, Lily, was the opposite. Methodical, precise. She studied magic the way a scholar studies ancient texts. Thoroughly, systematically, never moving on until she understood every nuance." Dorea paused. "You have elements of both, I think. Your father's raw strength, your mother's instinct for understanding how things work." Harry held on to that. His parents, who he'd never known, living on in the way his magic moved and thought. "What were they like?" he asked. "Not their magic. Them, as people." Dorea was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was softer than Harry had ever heard it. James was joy incarnate. He walked into a room and it got brighter. He could make anyone laugh, even Arcturus, who hadn't laughed in decades before James came along. He was arrogant, yes, and privileged, and often oblivious to his own advantages. But he was also genuinely kind. When he loved someone, he loved them completely, without reservation or condition. And my mum, Lily, was fire. Dorea's smile was complicated. When I first met her, This Muggle-born girl that my son had brought home. Terrified but trying not to show it. I expected to find her lacking. Expected all the reasons purebloods gave for why Muggle-borns were inferior. Instead, I found someone who challenged every assumption I'd ever made. She was brilliant, passionate, stubborn as granite. She argued with me about blood purity for 3 hours the first time we met, and by the end, I wasn't sure she was wrong. Harry felt tears prickling at his eyes. They sound amazing. They were. Dorea drifted closer, her ghostly form hovering just beside him. They died too young. So much they never got to do, never got to see. You, growing up, the world they were trying to build. She paused. But they left something behind, you. The best of both of them, combined into something new. Don't let anyone tell you that you're defined by what they did or didn't do. You're your own person, Harry. Their legacy, but also your own creation. Harry wiped his eyes. I wish I remembered them. I know, love, I know. They sat in comfortable silence for a while. Outside the window, London spread out gray and rainy, the Muggle city completely unaware of the magical drama unfolding in its hidden corners. Grandmother. Yes. Tell me about Sirius. Dorea went still. They'd discussed Sirius before, but only in terms of politics. The Black Succession, the Wizengamot seat, the legal complications of his imprisonment. What do you want to know? Did he really do it? Betray my parents? Dorea was quiet for a long time. When she finally spoke, her voice was careful. That's what everyone believes. He was found at the scene of the explosion that killed Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles, laughing hysterically. He was James's best friend, one of the only people who knew where your parents were hiding. The conclusion seemed obvious. But I knew Sirius. Watched him grow up, wild and rebellious, yes, but fiercely loyal. He loved James like a brother. The idea that he would betray your father to the Dark Lord. Dorea shook her head. It never felt right to me. What do you think happened? I don't know. I've been dead for 8 years, Harry. My ability to investigate is limited. Doria's eyes met his. But I think there's more to the story than anyone knows. And I think if you want to understand your parents' deaths, really understand them, you'll need to find out what Sirius's truth actually is. Harry filed this away. Another mystery. Another question mark in the story of his life. Can we visit him? In Azkaban? Eventually, perhaps. Not before the hearing. Too many ways it could be used against you. Dorea's expression softened. But someday, when you're stronger, when you have more protection, I want to know, Harry said quietly. One way or another. I want to know if my godfather is innocent or guilty. You will. Dorea's voice was certain. Some truths can't stay buried forever. 3 days before the hearing, Harry received another visitor. He was in the library. Black Manor had an enormous one, stuffed with books on every magical subject imaginable, when Creature appeared with his characteristic crack. Master Harry, a caller has arrived. A lady. Harry looked up from his current reading Wizengamot Procedures and Protocols, a comprehensive guide, riveting stuff. Who? She gives her name as Augusta Longbottom. She says she is here about the hearing. Harry didn't recognize the name, but Dorea, who had been hovering near the window, went sharp with attention. Longbottom, show her in, Creature. The house elf vanished. A moment later, the library door opened to admit a woman who looked like she could have commanded armies. Augusta Longbottom was elderly, but carried herself like someone decades younger. Her robes were severe. Her hat was remarkable levers, featuring what appeared to be a stuffed vulture, and her eyes, bright and fierce, swept the room with the air of someone cataloging every detail for later analysis. Lady Longbottom, Dorea said, floating forward. This is unexpected. Dorea Black. Augusta's voice was crisp. Or Dorea Potter, I suppose. I heard you'd lingered. I prefer to think of it as refusing to leave unfinished business. Augusta's gaze moved to Harry. And this is the boy. Harry stood, remembering his lessons. Harry Potter, Mom. Thank you for visiting. Augusta studied him. The examination was different from Arcturus's, less cold, more searching. Like she was looking for something specific and hadn't decided yet whether she'd found it. "You have your father's face," she said finally. "And your mother's eyes. It's uncanny." "So I've been told." Polite, composed. "Someone's been teaching you." Augusta's eyes flickered to Dorea. "You've done well with him." "Came to me already remarkable. I've simply provided guidance." Augusta moved further into the library, settling herself into a chair without waiting for an invitation. "I'll come to the point. The hearing in 3 days is a farce. Dumbledore has already secured enough votes to have you returned to the Muggles." Harry felt his stomach drop. "What?" "Don't look so shocked. Dumbledore has had months to work on this. He's called in favors, made promises, painted a picture of a vulnerable child being manipulated by dark family influences." Augusta's mouth twisted. "The Black's reputation doesn't help. Half the Wizengamot believes Arcturus is using you for some nefarious purpose." I know it's not true." Augusta cut him off. "I knew your parents, knew them well. My son Frank and your father were close friends, fought together in the war. If James Potter's son says he was abused, I believe him. Then why? Because belief isn't enough. Not in the Wizengamot. Not against Dumbledore." Augusta leaned forward. "But I have a proposal. A way to change the game." Dorea drifted closer. "We're listening. My grandson Neville. He's your age, Harry. Born just a day before you, actually. His parents." Augusta's voice tightened almost imperceptibly. "Were tortured into insanity by Death Eaters shortly after the war ended. He lives with me now." Harry remembered something Dorea had mentioned. "The Lestranges." "Yes. My daughter-in-law's own cousins." Augusta's eyes blazed briefly with old fury. "Bellatrix and her husband and his brother. They wanted information about Voldemort's whereabouts. When Frank and Alice couldn't give it, they broke them. I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry. Be angry. Be determined." Augusta straightened. "Here's my proposal. Neville has been raised in isolation. Too much, I think. I've been overprotective. He needs exposure to other children, other influences. You need allies, friends who can testify that you're a normal boy, not some pawn of dark wizards. You want us to meet. I want you to become friends, or at least acquaintances who can vouch for each other's character." Augusta's expression softened slightly. "It wouldn't be false. Necessarily. You have things in common. War orphans, both of you. Raised by people who weren't your parents, dealing with expectations and labels that have nothing to do with who you actually are." Harry thought about it. A friend. He'd never had one before, not a real one. "I'd like that," he said honestly. "To meet him, I mean. Neville." Augusta's sharp features relaxed into something approaching a smile. "Good. I'll bring him tomorrow. You can get acquainted before the hearing." She stood. "One more thing. I can't guarantee my vote will change the outcome. Dumbledore's coalition is strong. But I can guarantee that you won't face that chamber alone. The Longbottoms stand with the Potters. We always have." She swept out of the library before Harry could respond. "Well," Dorea said after a moment, "that was interesting. Is it genuine? Her wanting to help?" "Augusta Longbottom doesn't do anything that isn't genuine. She's one of the most straightforward people I've ever met, which is saying something, given the circles I moved in." Dorea's expression was thoughtful. "She also doesn't do anything without strategic purpose. She's using you to help her grandson as much as she's helping you." "Is that bad?" "Not necessarily. Mutual benefit is the foundation of most lasting alliances." Dorea drifted toward the window, gazing out at the gray afternoon. Frank Longbottom was a good man. Honorable, brave, devoted to his friends. If his son is anything like him, you could do worse for an ally. Harry picked up the Wizengamot book he'd been reading, then set it down again. His mind was too restless for dry procedural text. "Grandmother." "Yes. What if we lose? What if Dumbledore wins and they send me back?" Dorea turned to face him. Her ghostly features were set in lines of absolute determination. Then we fight. We appeal. We use every legal mechanism available to delay and obstruct. And if all else fails, her voice dropped to something cold and sharp, we disappear. The Black family has properties all over the world, Harry. Safe houses, hidden refuges, places even Dumbledore couldn't find. I didn't survive death just to watch my grandson be handed back to his abusers. You'd do that? Help me run. I'd do anything. Dorea's form solidified, becoming more present than Harry had ever seen her. You're my family, Harry. The only family I have left. Do you understand what that means to a Black? Harry thought about everything she'd taught him. The history, the fierce, obsessive loyalty that defined the House of Black, for better and worse. I think I do, he said quietly. Good. Dorea's features softened. Now, let's prepare for tomorrow. You're about to make your first friend, and I won't have you embarrassing me with poor social skills. Harry laughed, actually laughed, the sound startling in the quiet library. Yes, grandmother. Neville Longbottom was not what Harry expected. Where Harry was small and thin, still catching up from years of malnutrition, despite Creature's best efforts, Neville was round-faced and solid. Where Harry had learned to be watchful, alert, always aware of his surroundings, Neville seemed to exist in a perpetual state of mild anxiety, his eyes darting nervously around Black Manor's entrance hall. Neville said when they were introduced. Ha! Ha! Harry said back. They stood in awkward silence while Augusta and Dorea exchanged polite conversation nearby. Your house is very dark, Neville managed finally. Yeah, the Blacks like black, apparently. Neville's lips twitched, not quite a smile, but close. Gran says you ran away from Muggles, he said, lowering his voice. Is that true? Yeah, that's brave. I don't think I could run away from anything. Gran says I'm too timid. The words came out with a kind of resigned acceptance that made Harry's chest tight. I wasn't brave, Harry said honestly. I was scared. I just couldn't stay anymore. Neville nodded slowly. I get scared a lot. About everything. Gran thinks there's something wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with being scared. My grandmother says fear keeps you alive. It's what you do with it that matters. Neville looked at him with something like wonder. Your grandmother said that. She says a lot of things. Most of them involve telling me I'm doing something wrong. Harry smiled to take the sting out of it. She's teaching me magic. Wandless stuff for now. It's hard. You can do wandless magic. Neville's eyes went wide. I can barely do magic at all. My family thought I was a squib for years. Uncle Algy dropped me out a window once to try to scare some magic out of me. Harry stared. He dropped you out a window. I bounced. It was fine. Everyone was really happy I wasn't a squib after all. Neville said this like it was completely normal, like being dropped from a window was a reasonable magical diagnostic technique. Harry felt a surge of something hot in his chest. That's horrible. What? Neville looked confused. No, it was. I mean, they needed to know if I had magic. They could have done 100 things that weren't dropping you from a building. Harry's voice came out sharper than he intended. That's not okay, Neville. That's not how you treat family. Neville's round face went through a complicated series of expressions. Confusion, defensiveness, and then, slowly, something that looked almost like recognition. I never thought about it like that, he said quietly. Well, think about it. Harry took a breath, forcing his anger down. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you. It's just, I had people who hurt me and told me it was for my own good. It wasn't. Neville was quiet for a moment. Then he said, the Muggles who hurt you. What did they do? Harry considered lying, considered deflecting. But Neville had just shared something vulnerable, something he clearly hadn't questioned before, and that deserved honesty in return. They kept me in a cupboard under the stairs. Made me do all the chores. Didn't feed me enough. Hit me when I did accidental magic. Harry kept his voice flat, controlled. Told me my parents were worthless drunks who died in a car crash. Neville's face went pale. That's awful. Yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Why would you? We just met. Harry managed a smile. But thank you for saying that. They stood in more silence, but this time it was different. Less awkward, more like two people who had recognized something in each other. Do you want to see the library? Harry asked. It's got books on everything. Even stuff that's probably illegal. Neville's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Come on. They spent the next 2 hours exploring Black Manor's library, pulling down books at random, exclaiming over illustrations of magical creatures and diagrams of complex spells. Neville, it turned out, was passionate about herbology. He knew more about magical plants than Harry had learned in 3 months of study, and his anxiety seemed to disappear entirely when he was explaining the properties of venomous tentacula, or the proper care of Mimbulus mimbletonia. You really know this stuff, Harry said, impressed, after Neville had corrected an error in one of the Black family's herbology texts. Neville flushed. It's the only thing I'm good at. That's not true. You're good at explaining things, at making complicated stuff make sense. Harry meant it. Dorea was an excellent teacher, but her explanations sometimes assumed knowledge Harry didn't have. Neville seemed to instinctively understand what a beginner needed to hear. You think so? I know so. Neville smiled, a real smile, open and pleased. Thanks, Harry. When Augusta came to collect her grandson that evening, something had changed. Harry could see it in the way Neville walked. A little straighter, a little more confident. Could see it in the way he said goodbye, not with nervous mumbles but with genuine warmth. I'll see you at the hearing, Neville said. Gran says I get to sit in the gallery and watch. Good. It'll be nice to have a friendly face there. You'll do great. Neville's voice was certain in a way it hadn't been that morning. You're the bravest person I've ever met, Neville. I mean it. You ran away from people who hurt you. You're standing up against Dumbledore, Neville hesitated, then pressed on. You're the first person who ever told me that what happened to me wasn't okay. That means something. Harry didn't know what to say, so he just reached out and squeezed Neville's shoulder. Brief, awkward, but real. Thanks, Neville. For everything. Neville's smile could have lit up the dark hallways of Black Manor. After the Longbottoms left, Harry found Dorea in the portrait gallery, speaking quietly with Arcturus's painted image. Needs to be prepared for all possibilities, Arcturus was saying. If the vote goes against him, the vote will not go against him. Dorea's voice was steel. I won't allow it. Your control over events is limited, daughter. Being a ghost doesn't make you omnipotent, no. But being a Black means never accepting defeat. Dorea turned as Harry approached. How was your afternoon? Good. Neville's nice. Scared of everything, but nice. The Longbottom boy has reasons for his fears. Arcturus's painted eyes were distant. His parents' fate was unpleasant. Dorea told me. The Lestranges. Bellatrix was always unstable. Even as a child, there was something wrong in her. A cruelty that went beyond normal darkness. Arcturus's voice was matter of fact, discussing horrors like they were items on a list. She brought shame on the family. Worse than shame, she made us monsters in the public eye. She tortured people until they went insane. Yes, and now every Black must carry that association. Every time someone hears our name, they think of her. Of madness and cruelty and dark lords. Arcturus's jaw tightened. You have a chance to change that, boy, to show them that the name Black can mean something other than evil. No pressure, Harry muttered. Arcturus's lips twitched. Pressure is a privilege. It means someone thinks you're capable of bearing it. The day of the hearing arrived cold and gray. Harry dressed carefully in robes Arcturus had provided. Black, of course, but with subtle silver embroidery that marked him as both a Potter and a Black. His hair refused to cooperate. It never did. But Creature had managed to make him look presentable. Remember, Dorea said as they prepared to flew to the ministry, You are not there to win their love. You are there to establish doubt. Make them question whether Dumbledore's solution is the only option. Make them see you as a person, not a symbol. I know. And whatever happens, whatever they say or do, remember who you are. Harry Black. A boy who survived the killing curse and walked away from his abusers. A boy who refuses to be a victim. Harry straightened his shoulders. I'm ready. The Ministry of Magic was overwhelming. Harry had read about it, studied diagrams and descriptions in the books Dorea assigned. But nothing had prepared him for the reality, the vast atrium with its gleaming floors, the fountain with its golden statues, the fireplaces lining the walls as witches and wizards appeared and disappeared in bursts of green flame. And everyone was staring at him. It started as whispers. Eyes that. The scar, look at. Potter, here. But quickly grew into something more. People stopping mid-stride, pointing, calling his name.
Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He's so small.
What's he doing here? Arcturus had come in person, his frail form supported by a silver-headed cane. He walked beside Harry with the air of a man who had stopped caring about public opinion decades ago. Ignore them, he said quietly. They're sheep, easily led, easily distracted. Your audience is the Wizengamot, not the mob. Harry kept his eyes forward, his expression neutral. The mask he'd practiced for weeks, polite, composed, revealing nothing. They were escorted to a waiting room outside the main chamber. Dorea couldn't follow. The Ministry's wards prevented ghosts from entering certain areas. But she'd coached Harry exhaustively on what to expect. The chamber is circular, she'd explained. The Wizengamot members sit in raised tiers, looking down at the accused, or in this case, the subject of the hearing. Dumbledore will chair the proceedings as Chief Warlock. Your goal is to speak clearly, maintain composure, and force them to see you as an individual, not the boy who lived, not a pawn, not a symbol, just Harry. The door opened. Mr. Potter, the Wizengamot is ready for you. Harry stood, squared his shoulders, and walked into the chamber. It was exactly as Dorea had described, circular, with tiered seating rising on all sides. Hundreds of witches and wizards in plum-colored robes, watching him with expressions ranging from curiosity to hostility to something that might have been pity. At the highest point of the chamber, in an ornate chair that seemed almost like a throne, sat Albus Dumbledore. Harry had never seen him before. The headmaster of Hogwarts was exactly what the books described. Long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, twinkling blue eyes. But there was something about his presence that the descriptions hadn't captured. And wait, a sense of power held carefully in check. Those blue eyes met Harry's across the chamber. The twinkle dimmed, just slightly. Harry Potter, Dumbledore said, and his voice carried effortlessly through the space. Please take a seat in the central chair. The chair in question was in the very center of the chamber, surrounded by empty space, designed to make whoever sat in it feel exposed and vulnerable. Harry walked to it without hesitation, sat down with his back straight and his hands folded in his lap, met Dumbledore's gaze steadily. We are here today, Dumbledore continued, to determine the appropriate placement of the minor Harry James Potter, the child in question. I can speak for myself, sir. The chamber went silent. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. I beg your pardon, you called me the child in question. I have a name. I can speak for myself. Harry kept his voice calm. If this hearing is about my future, I'd like to participate in it, not just be talked about. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Harry saw Augusta Longbottom, seated in the middle tiers, hide a smile behind her hand. Beside her, Neville was staring at Harry with something like awe. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. Very well, Mr. Potter. This is, after all, about your welfare. What would you like to say? Harry had practiced this moment 100 times. The words came smoothly. I'd like to say that I know why I'm here. I'm here because I ran away from my aunt and uncle's house 3 months ago. I'm here because people think I should be sent back. He paused, letting that sink in. I'm here to explain why that would be a mistake. Mr. Potter. A woman in the front tier began. Please, Harry said, let me finish. Then you can ask questions. The woman, Madam Bones, Harry realized, recognizing her from the cemetery, nodded slowly. My aunt and uncle are muggles. They hate magic. They told me my parents were drunks who died in a car crash. They made me sleep in a cupboard under the stairs, do all the household chores, and go without meals when they decided I'd misbehaved. Harry's voice stayed steady, but he let some of the old pain show in his eyes. When I did accidental magic, which I didn't understand and couldn't control, my uncle beat me. The chamber was utterly silent. I have scars, Harry continued. I could show them to you, if you need proof. I have memories of going days without food. I have nightmares about being locked in the dark. He paused, looking around the chamber, making eye contact with as many members as he could. I don't know why I was placed with those people. I don't know who decided that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, should be raised by muggles who despised everything magical. But I know this: I'm not going back. I'd rather die than go back. More murmurs. Dumbledore's face had gone very still. 3 months ago, I found my grandmother. Harry gestured toward where Arcturus sat in the observers section. My magical family. People who wanted me. People who taught me about my parents. Real things, true things, not lies about car crashes. People who fed me and gave me my own room and never, ever hit me. His voice cracked on the last words. He let it crack. Let the vulnerability show, just like Arcturus had taught him. I know you have concerns about the Black family. I know their reputation, but the Blacks have shown me more kindness in 3 months than the Dursleys did in 4 years. Whatever darkness exists in that family's past, it's nothing compared to what I experienced in that perfectly normal Muggle house. Harry took a breath. I'm asking you, begging you, don't send me back. Let me stay with my grandmother. Let me learn about the world my parents loved. Let me grow up knowing who I am and where I come from. He met Dumbledore's eyes directly. Please. The silence stretched. Then Dumbledore spoke, and his voice was gentle, almost kind. Mr. Potter, I understand that you've suffered. Truly I do. And I'm sorry, more sorry than you know, that your relatives failed in their duty to care for you. He leaned forward slightly. But you must understand there are protections in place at the Dursley home. Protections tied to your mother's sacrifice. Protections that keep you safe from those who would harm you. The protections didn't keep me safe from my uncle's fists. A sharp intake of breath from somewhere in the chamber. That is a failing that will be addressed, Dumbledore said. But the magical protections are worthless if I'm dead. Harry's voice was flat. Sir, Professor, whatever title you prefer, I'm 5 years old. I've been beaten, starved, and locked in a cupboard for most of my life. The next time my uncle loses his temper, he might kill me, and your protections won't do anything to stop that. Dumbledore's twinkle had gone completely now. His eyes were sharp, assessing. You've been coached, he said quietly. Someone has prepared you for this hearing. Yes. Harry saw no point in denying it. My grandmother taught me how to speak in public. My great-great-grandfather taught me how to answer hostile questions. Is that a crime? It suggests manipulation. A child your age shouldn't have such political sophistication. A child my age shouldn't have scars from being beaten. A child my age shouldn't know what it feels like to starve. A child my age shouldn't have to fight for the right to live with people who actually want him. Harry's composure cracked just slightly, and he let it. I'm sorry if my political sophistication makes you uncomfortable. Sir, I learned it to survive. Just like I learned to be quiet so my uncle wouldn't notice me. Just like I learned to eat quickly in case my food was taken away. Just like I learned to make myself small and invisible and worthless, because that was the only way to get through each day. Tears were tracking down his cheeks now. Real tears born of real pain. He didn't wipe them away. "Don't send me back," he whispered. "Please. Please don't send me back." The chamber erupted. Everyone was talking at once, shouting, arguing, demanding to be heard. Dumbledore called for order, but it took several minutes for the chaos to subside. When it finally did, Madame Bones stood. "I have questions for the child," she said, her voice cutting through the lingering murmurs. "Mr. Potter, you said your grandmother found you. The ghost of Dorea Potter. Is that correct?" "Yes, ma'am." "How did that happen?" Harry told the story, the night he ran, the cemetery, the mausoleum, Dorea's appearance, her recognition, her choice to stay. He kept it simple, factual, leaving out the parts that might make the Black family look manipulative. "And she's been teaching you magic?" "Yes, ma'am. Wandless magic, mostly. Theory and history. She says I'm not ready for a wand yet. Wandless magic." Bones's eyebrows rose. "At 5 years old, my grandmother says control is more important than power. She wants me to understand what magic is before I learn to use tools." More murmurs. Harry caught several members exchanging significant looks. "One more question, Mr. Potter." Bones's voice was careful. If the Wisengamot were to place you somewhere other than with the Dursleys or the Blacks, would you accept that? A neutral guardian, perhaps, or a ministry-supervised home?" Harry had prepared for this question. "It would depend on the terms," he said slowly. "I won't go anywhere that separates me from my grandmother. She's dead, but she's still my family. She's still teaching me. I won't give that up, even if it's what's best for you. With respect, ma'am, I've had enough of other people deciding what's best for me. The Dursleys decided it was best for me to sleep in a cupboard. Whoever placed me there decided it was best for me to be raised by muggles who hated magic. Maybe it's time to let me have some say in my own life." Bones stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she smiled. "I think I've heard enough," she said. "I call for a vote." The vote was closer than Harry had hoped, but not as close as he'd feared. 37 members voted to return him to the Dursleys. 42 voted to allow him to remain with the Blacks, under ministry supervision and with regular welfare checks. Harry barely heard the final tally. The world had gone fuzzy around the edges, the tension of the past weeks draining away so suddenly that he felt lightheaded. He'd won. They weren't sending him back. Dumbledore accepted the result with grace, his face revealing nothing of what he felt. But as Harry stood to leave, the old wizard spoke one last time. "Mr. Potter, a word, if you please." The chamber was emptying, members filing out to gossip and debate the unexpected outcome. Harry hesitated, then walked toward the raised platform where Dumbledore sat. "Yes, sir." Dumbledore looked at him with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. Sadness, maybe, or regret. "You've surprised me today," he said quietly, pitched for Harry's ears alone. "I confess I didn't expect such as eloquence from someone your age. I had good teachers." "Indeed." Dumbledore's eyes moved past Harry, toward where Arcturus was slowly making his way to the exit. "The Blacks have always been excellent at teaching certain skills: politics, rhetoric, the art of winning arguments." He paused. "I hope they're equally skilled at teaching the things that matter more." "Like what?" "Like love. Like forgiveness. Like the difference between winning and being right." Dumbledore's gaze returned to Harry. "You've won today, Mr. Potter, but I genuinely fear, that the path you're walking leads somewhere dark." Harry thought about the cupboard, about the darkness he'd already lived through. "I've been somewhere dark," he said. "Somewhere the people who were supposed to love me treated me like garbage. I survived it. I'll survive whatever comes next." He met Dumbledore's eyes steadily. "With respect, sir, I don't need your approval. I just need to be left alone." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. "Very well," he said finally. "I won't interfere further. You've made your choice, and the Wisengamot has ratified it." His voice dropped. "But remember this, Harry, choices have consequences. The family you've chosen has a history, a long, bloody, terrible history. Be careful that you don't become part of it. I'm not afraid of history. No. Dumbledore smiled, and it was the saddest smile Harry had ever seen. I don't suppose you are. Good luck, Mr. Potter. I suspect you'll need it. He rose and swept out of the chamber, leaving Harry alone in the vast, echoing space. The celebration at Black Manor that evening was subdued but genuine. Creature had prepared a feast. Arcturus had opened a bottle of wine that was older than Dumbledore. Even the portraits seemed cheerful, their painted subjects raising toasts and calling congratulations. You did well, Arcturus said, settling into his chair by the fire. The journey to the ministry and back had exhausted him. Harry could see it in the tremor of his hands, the pallor of his skin. Better than well. You showed them what you're made of. I told the truth. The truth, strategically deployed. Arcturus's lips curved. There's no shame in that. The truth is a weapon like any other. What matters is knowing when and how to use it. Dorea drifted through the wall, her ghostly form bright with something that looked like joy. Harry. She couldn't embrace him, but she positioned herself close, her presence a comfort even without physical contact. I'm so proud of you. We won. We won this battle. There will be others. Dorea's voice was soft. Dumbledore won't forget what happened today. He'll be watching, waiting for you to make a mistake. Let him watch. Harry felt a surge of fierce satisfaction. I'm not going back. That's what matters. That's what matters today. Arcturus's voice was quiet but firm. Tomorrow, you continue growing, continue growing, continue becoming the wizard you're meant to be. His ancient eyes met Harry's. The hearing was a test. You passed. But it was also a declaration. You've announced yourself to the wizarding world as something more than the boy who lived. Now you have to live up to that announcement. Harry nodded slowly. The weight of expectation settled on his shoulders. Not crushing, but present. A constant reminder of what he'd committed to. I understand. Good. Arcturus rose, leaning heavily on his cane. I'll return to Black Hall tonight. Continue your studies. Listen to your grandmother, and Harry. He paused at the door. Remember what I told you. The Black family has fallen far. You have the chance to build it back up. Don't waste that chance. I won't. Arcturus nodded once, then disappeared with a soft crack of apparition. Harry and Dorea sat in comfortable silence for a while, the fire crackling, the portraits murmuring softly to each other. What happens now? Harry asked finally. Now we continue, Dorea said. Your magical education, your political education, your preparation for Hogwarts and everything that comes after. She drifted closer, her silver eyes warm. You have 6 years, Harry. 6 years to become someone who can shape the wizarding world instead of being shaped by it. We're going to use every minute. 6 years. It sounded like forever. It sounded like nothing. I'm ready, Harry said. Dorea smiled, the real smile, the one that made her ghostly features look almost alive. I know you are, love. I've known since the moment you walked into that mausoleum. You were always going to be extraordinary. Her voice dropped. Now we just need to make sure the world knows it too. Harry smiled back, his first real friend, his first political victory, his first step into a future he was building for himself. Not bad for a boy who used to live in a cupboard. Grandmother? Yes. Can we start learning offensive spells tomorrow? Dorea laughed, a bright, surprised sound that echoed through the dark halls of Black Manor. We'll see, she said. We'll see. Chapter 3. Blood and Gold. Harry's spell slammed into the training dummy with enough force to send it spinning across the practice room. Better, Dorea said from her position near the window. Your intent is sharper, but you're still telegraphing. I could see the build-up in your shoulders 3 seconds before the cast. I'm not using a wand. How am I supposed to hide the movement? By learning to cast without movement at all. The gestures are training wheels, Harry. Eventually, you'll think a spell into existence. Dorea drifted closer, her ghostly form rippling with something that might have been frustration. You're 9 years old. You've been practicing for 4 years. By now, the basics should be instinctive. Harry wiped sweat from his forehead. 4 years. It still amazed him sometimes how much his life had changed since that freezing night in the cemetery. The scared, starving boy who'd curled up in a mausoleum was gone, replaced by someone stronger. Someone who knew who he was. Someone who still had a lot to learn, apparently. "Show me again," he said. The stinging hex without the wrist rotation. Doria's expression softened slightly. She raised her translucent hand. Ghosts couldn't cast spells on physical objects, but she could demonstrate the form, and Harry watched carefully as she made the tiniest motion, barely a twitch of her fingers. "The power comes from here." She indicated her chest. "Not from the movement. The movement is just a focus, a way to direct what's already flowing. When you understand the spell deeply enough, you won't need the focus anymore." Harry tried again. This time he kept his arm still, focusing everything on his intent. The desire to strike, to sting, to cause pain. He felt his magic surge upward from his core. Felt it gather in his chest. Felt it. The hex shot from his palm with no visible warning. The dummy jerked backward, a scorch mark appearing on its chest. There, Doria's voice held a note of pride. "That's what we're working toward. Do it again." Harry did it again, and again, and again until his magical reserves were depleted and his legs were shaking with exhaustion. "Enough for today." Dorea gestured toward the door. "Creature will have lunch ready. Eat, rest, and then we'll review the Weisengamot proceedings from last week." Politics. Always more politics. Harry made his way down to the kitchens, his mind still buzzing with the sensation of wandless casting. It was getting easier. Slowly, painfully, but easier. Dorea had been right about the fundamentals. Learning control before power made everything more precise, more efficient. He'd seen other magical children at the few social events he'd attended, waving wands and shouting incantations, and their magic always seemed messier, less controlled. Of course, they also seemed happier, less burdened, more like actual children. Harry pushed that thought aside. He didn't have the luxury of being a normal child. He had enemies, responsibilities, a legacy to rebuild. Happiness could wait. The kitchen was warm and bright, a stark contrast to the gloomy elegance of the rest of Black Manor. Creature had set out a full-spread roast chicken, vegetables, fresh bread, a pitcher of pumpkin juice. The house elf hovered anxiously as Harry sat down. "As everything to Master Harry's liking. It's perfect, Creature." "Thank you." Creature's ears twitched with pleasure. The relationship between them had evolved over the years. Harry had gone from being a strange intruder to the young Master Creature genuinely seemed to care about. The old elf still had his quirks, muttering about blood traders, clinging to the old ways, but his loyalty to Harry was absolute. A letter arrived while Master Harry was training. Creature produced an envelope from somewhere in his pillowcase uniform. From the Ministry. Harry's appetite diminished slightly. Ministry letters were rarely good news. He took the envelope and broke the seal. "Dear Mr. Potter, you are hereby summoned to appear before the Weisengamot Committee on Harari Estates on the 15th of March, to address matters pertaining to your claim upon the estates, titles, and holdings of the most ancient and noble house of Potter. Additionally, the committee has received a petition from Lord Lucius Malfoy regarding the guardianship of minor heirs with claims to the House of Black. Your presence is required to respond to said petition. Sincerely, Tiberius Ogden Committee Chairman. Harry read the letter twice, his jaw tightening with each pass. Creature. Tell my grandmother I need to speak with her. Now, Doria's reaction to the letter was immediate and volcanic. Malfoy. She spat the name like a curse. That preening, scheming, Death-Eater snake. He's making his move. What move? What does he want? The Black Fortune. The political power. Everything Arcturus has been holding together by sheer stubbornness. Doria's form crackled with ghostly energy. Lucius married Narcissa. My niece, Sirius's cousin. specifically to position himself for a claim on the Black inheritance. With Sirius in Azkaban and most of the other heirs dead or disgraced, Malfoy sees an opportunity. But I'm the acknowledged heir. Arcturus. Arcturus is dying. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. He'd known, on some level. The old man's visits had grown less frequent, his letters shorter, his handwriting shakier. But hearing it stated so baldly made it real. How long? Months, maybe weeks. Dorea's voice was heavy. He's been holding on by sheer willpower, trying to ensure the succession is settled before he goes. But the Wizengamot vultures can smell weakness. Malfoy is petitioning for guardianship of minor heirs with claims to the House of Black. That's you, Harry. He wants to control you and through you control everything. He can't do that. I have a guardian. I have you. I'm a ghost. Legally, I have no standing. The Ministry has tolerated our arrangement because Arcturus's acknowledgement gave it legitimacy. But once he dies, Dorea trailed off, her expression grim. Malfoy will argue that you need a living guardian, a proper pureblood family to guide you, and he'll present himself as the obvious choice. Harry's mind raced through the implications. 4 years of political education had taught him to see the angles, to understand how power worked in the wizarding world. Malfoy wasn't just after money, he was after influence. Control of the Black seat on the Wizengamot, control of the Potter seat, control of the boy who lived himself. What do we do? Dorea was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, we fight, same as always. But this time, we need to be smarter. Malfoy has resources, connections, a network of allies who owe him favors. We need to match that. How? Be reminding the Wizengamot what Harry Potter represents. Not just the boy who lived, that's Dumbledore's narrative. We need to establish you as the Potter heir. Independent, capable, not in need of Malfoy's guidance. Dorea's eyes narrowed. And we need to address the Black succession directly. Remove any ambiguity about who Arcturus intends to inherit. He's already acknowledged me. Acknowledged you as an heir. Not the heir. There's a difference. Dorea began pacing, floating back and forth through the room. The Black family has complex succession rules. Blood, legitimacy, magical power, worthiness, they all factor in. Malfoy will argue that you're too young, too untrained in Black traditions, too influenced by your Potter heritage to properly lead the family. That's ridiculous. That's politics. Truth doesn't matter. Perception matters. Dorea stopped pacing, her gaze fixed on Harry. We need to change the perception. Show the Wizengamot, show everyone, that Harry Potter is ready to take his place among the great families. How? Dorea smiled. And it was the sharp, dangerous smile that Harry had learned to associate with particularly devious plans. We're going to throw a party. The vernal equinox ball was one of the oldest traditions in pureblood society. A celebration of the turning of the seasons, an opportunity for the great families to display their wealth, their alliances, their eligible heirs. It had been decades since Black Manor had hosted one. Harry thought this was insane. I'm 9. He pointed out for the 3rd time as Creature measured him for dress robes. 9-year-olds don't host balls. 9-year-old heirs do. Dorea supervised the fitting with a critical eye. The guest list will include every significant family in magical Britain. The Greengrasses, the Longbottoms, the Bones, the Abbotts, even the Malfoys. We can't avoid inviting them without causing offense. Why would we want them there? Because this is a display of power, Harry. We're showing Lucius that you're not some orphan waif he can sweep up and control. You're the host, the master of Black Manor, the heir to 2 ancient houses. Dorea's voice softened slightly, and because I want him to see what he's dealing with. To understand that taking you on means war. War. Harry turned the word over in his mind. He was 9 years old, and he was going to war with one of the most powerful families in magical Britain. Somehow, this didn't seem as frightening as it should have. The ball was scheduled for March 20th, 5 days before the Wizengamot hearing. Invitations went out, responses came back, mostly acceptances, with a few pointed regrets from families firmly in Malfoy's camp, and Black Manor transformed around Harry into something out of a fairy tale. Kreacher supervised an army of hired house elves, cleaning rooms that hadn't been opened in decades, polishing silver, arranging flowers. The ballroom, a vast space Harry had only seen once, was shrouded in dust cloths, was revealed in all its dark glory: black marble floors, silver chandeliers, mirrors that reflected candlelight into infinity. "It's beautiful," Harry admitted, standing in the center of the empty room. "It's meant to be impressive." Dorea drifted beside him, her ghostly form reflected dimly in the polished floor. The Blacks never did anything by halves. When they celebrated, they celebrated. When they mourned, they mourned. When they went to war, she paused. "Well, you've read the histories," Harry had. The Black family histories were a catalogue of brilliance and brutality, of genius and madness. He'd learned about ancestors who had shaped the course of magical Britain, and ancestors who had tortured muggles for sport. The weight of that legacy pressed down on him sometimes, a reminder that the blood in his veins carried both potential and poison. "Do you think I can do this?" he asked quietly. "Not just the ball, all of it, being the heir, rebuilding the family." Dorea was silent for a moment. Then she said, "When I first saw you in that mausoleum, a tiny, battered child with my son's eyes, I thought you were already broken. I thought the Dursleys had destroyed whatever spark you might have had. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I wasn't finished." Doria's voice sharpened. "I was wrong. You weren't broken. You were forged. Everything they did to you, every cruelty and deprivation, it made you stronger, harder, more determined." Her ghostly eyes met his. "You're not the heir the Black family expected. You're not the heir they wanted, but you might be the heir they need." Harry let that sink in. The heir they need. Someone who understood suffering. Someone who knew what it was like to have nothing, to be nothing, and who was determined to never feel that way again. "I won't let them down," he said. "I know you won't." Dorea smiled, the soft smile, the one she reserved for moments when her guard was down. "Now, let's review the guest list. You need to know everyone who's coming, their names, their families, their politics. No mistakes tomorrow night." Harry groaned. "More memorization? More preparation." There's a difference. There wasn't, really. But Harry settled in to learn anyway. The night of the ball arrived cold and clear, the March sky glittering with stars visible even through London's magical smog. Harry stood in his chambers, examining his reflection in a mirror that occasionally offered unsolicited fashion advice. "The silver cufflinks," the mirror suggested. "They bring out your eyes." Harry ignored it. The cufflinks were already silver. Everything was silver and black, the traditional Black family colors. His dress robes were cut in a style that was formal without being stuffy, expensive without being ostentatious. Dorea had approved them after 3 rounds of revisions. "You look like a proper young lord," Kreacher said, appearing at his elbow. Master Arcturus would be proud. Master Arcturus wasn't coming. The old man was too ill to travel, confined to Black Hall and fading fast. He'd sent a letter, though brief and formal, expressing confidence in Harry's ability to represent the family. "Don't embarrass me," the postscript had read. Coming from Arcturus, it was practically a hug. "The guests will arrive in 20 minutes, Kreacher continued. "Mistress Dorea is already in the ballroom." Harry nodded, taking one last look at his reflection. The boy staring back at him didn't look 9. He looked older, harder, with eyes that had seen too much and a jaw set with determination. "This is it," Harry thought. "Time to show them who I am." He descended the grand staircase as the first guests began arriving. The ballroom filled quickly. Harry stationed himself near the entrance, greeting each arrival with the formal phrases Dorea had drilled into him. "Lord Greengrass, thank you for honoring us with your presence. Lady Longbottom, Black Manor is brighter for your attendance. Or Mr. and Mrs. Abbott, welcome. Most guests seemed taken aback by his composure. They'd expected a child, some probably expected an awkward, overwhelmed orphan who didn't understand the world he'd been thrust into. Instead, they found a young host who met their eyes, spoke with confidence, and knew exactly who they were. Preparation, Harry thought, as Lord Greengrass nodded with something like approval. It makes all the difference. The Malfoys arrived fashionably late. Harry saw them cross the threshold and felt his spine straighten automatically. Lucius Malfoy was exactly as Dorea had described: tall, pale, aristocratic, with long blonde hair and a silver-headed cane that he held like a scepter. His wife Narcissa was beautiful in a cold way, her features perfect and distant. Between them walked a boy about Harry's age, Draco, the potential rival heir, the one who would inherit everything if Harry was removed from the picture. Lord Malfoy. Harry kept his voice neutral, pleasant. "Thank you for coming." "Or Mr. Potter." Lucius's voice was silk over steel. "I must confess I was surprised to receive the invitation. Black Manor has been closed for so long. The family felt it was time to reopen it, to remind people that the House of Black endures." Harry smiled, showing no teeth. "Surely you understand the importance of that, given your own connection to the family." Something flickered in Lucius's pale eyes. He hadn't expected Harry to go on the offensive. Indeed, Lucius recovered smoothly. "My wife is proud of her black heritage, as I'm sure will be young Draco when he comes of age. I'm sure he will." Harry turned to Draco, who was watching the exchange with poorly hidden curiosity. "Welcome to Black Manor, Draco. I hope you find the evening entertaining." "Thank you," Draco said stiffly. His eyes, gray like his mother's, swept over Harry with obvious assessment. "Father says you've been living here for years, without any real family." "My grandmother lives here." Harry kept his voice mild. "She's a ghost, but she's quite real. More present than many living relatives, I'd imagine." Draco flushed. He'd been trying to score a point, and Harry had deflected it neatly. "Come, Draco." Narcissa's voice was cool. "Let's not monopolize Mr. Potter's attention. I'm sure he has other guests to greet." They swept past, Lucius's cane tapping against the marble floor. Harry watched them go, filing away observations. Lucius was dangerous, that much was obvious. But he was also arrogant, unused to being challenged by children. That could be exploited. The evening progressed. Harry circulated through the ballroom, making conversation, accepting compliments, navigating the complex dance of pure-blood social interaction. Dorea drifted beside him, invisible to most guests, whispering reminders and suggestions. "The woman in green is Selena Flint. Her son Marcus is a Slytherin, 2 years ahead of where you'll be at Hogwarts. Be polite but distant, the Flints are Malfoy allies. The elderly man by the punch bowl is Elphia's doge. He was Dumbledore's friend at Hogwarts. He's here to observe and report back. Don't give him anything useful. The girl near the windows is Daphne Greengrass. She's your age, intelligent, and her family is neutral, worth cultivating." Harry approached Daphne carefully, watching how she held herself apart from the crowd, observing rather than participating. "Miss Greengrass." He offered a small bow. "Are you enjoying the evening?" She turned to look at him, and Harry was struck by her eyes. Cool blue, assessing, older than her years. She reminded him of himself in a way. Someone who was watching, waiting, figuring out the rules of a game everyone else seemed to already know. "It's very impressive," she said. "The decorations, the food, the way you've managed to avoid saying anything meaningful to anyone all night." Harry blinked. That was unexpectedly direct. "I'm sorry. You've talked to 37 people since the ball began, I counted." Daphne's lips curved slightly. 37 polite, forgettable conversations. Lots of formal greetings and vague pleasantries. Nothing that reveals who you actually are or what you actually want. "And you find that notable?" "I find it fascinating." Daphne tilted her head. "Most 9-year-olds can't maintain that kind of mask for 5 minutes, let alone 5 hours. Either you're naturally brilliant at politics, or someone's trained you very, very well. Harry considered his options. He could deflect, give another polite non-answer, move on to the next guest. That would be the safe choice. But Daphne wasn't wrong. He had been masking all night, and it was exhausting. And there was something about her directness, her intelligence, her obvious awareness of the game, that made him want to respond in kind. "My grandmother," he said. "She's been teaching me since I was 5.
The ghost. Wes!
Daphne nodded slowly. "My father thinks you're either going to be a powerful ally or a dangerous enemy. He hasn't decided which yet. What do you think?" "I think—" Daphne paused, considering. "I think you're lonely. All this." She gestured at the ballroom, the guests, the elaborate display. "It's armor. You're protecting yourself because you've been hurt before, and you don't want to be hurt again." The accuracy of the assessment hit Harry like a physical blow. He forced his expression to remain neutral, but something must have shown because Daphne's eyes softened slightly. "I wasn't trying to be cruel," she said. "I just notice things. It's what I do." "You notice a lot. Someone has to." Daphne smoothed her dress. Dark green, elegant, clearly expensive. "My sister Astoria is the pretty one, the charming one. I'm the observant one. Every family needs someone who sees what's actually happening." "And what do you see happening tonight?" Daphne's gaze swept the ballroom. "Lord Malfoy has spoken to 6 Wizengamot members since he arrived. He's working on them, building support for whatever he's planning. Your ghost grandmother has been watching him, but she can't intervene directly without revealing herself to people who don't know she's here. And you." She turned back to Harry. "You're running out of time. This ball was supposed to establish you as a serious player, but Malfoy is using it to advance his own agenda. By the end of the night, he might have enough votes to push through his guardianship petition." Harry felt cold. She was right. He'd been so focused on playing host, on making the right impression, that he'd missed what Malfoy was actually doing. "How do I stop him?" Daphne raised an eyebrow. "You're asking me for advice. You see things. You said so yourself." Harry met her eyes. "Help me see what I'm missing?" Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "You need to change the narrative. Right now this ball is about tradition, the old families gathering, the old rituals being observed. That plays into Malfoy's hands, because he's part of that tradition. He belongs here, and I don't. You're an outsider trying to become an insider. It's obvious to everyone who's looking." Daphne's voice dropped. "But you have something Malfoy doesn't. Something that could flip the whole game." "What?" "Your scar." Daphne's eyes flickered to his forehead. "Everyone here is pretending this is a normal pure-blood ball, that you're just another hare playing politics. But you're not. You're Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the child who defeated the Dark Lord." She leaned closer. "If you remind them of that, really remind them, you take control of the narrative. You stop being an outsider trying to fit in. You become the hero who chose to embrace tradition despite having every reason to reject it." Harry's mind raced. She was right. He'd been trying to blend in, to prove he belonged in pure-blood society. But that was a game he'd always lose. There would always be people who saw him as an interloper, a half-blood raised by muggles. Unless he changed the game entirely. "Thank you," he said. "That's actually helpful, I know." Daphne's lips curved into something that was almost a smile. "You can owe me a favor." "What kind of favor?" "The useful kind." She stepped back, her mask of cool observation sliding back into place. "Good luck, Mr. Potter. I'll be watching." She disappeared into the crowd, leaving Harry with his thoughts. Change the narrative. Remind them who he was. He knew exactly how to do it. Harry made his way to the small stage at one end of the ballroom, where a string quartet had been playing throughout the evening. He caught Dorea's eye as he passed, saw her ghost form stiffen with surprise, and shook his head minutely. "Trust me," he hoped his expression conveyed. He stepped onto the stage. The quartet fell silent. Conversations around the room slowly died as guests noticed their host claiming the spotlight. "Ladies and gentlemen," Harry's voice carried clearly through the ballroom. A trick Dorea had taught him, projecting without shouting. "Thank you all for coming tonight. It means more than you know." Polite applause. Curious expressions. Lucius Malfoy, Harry noticed, had gone very still. "I've spent the evening talking to many of you, hearing stories about your families, your histories, your connections to the House of Black." Harry paused, letting the silence build. "It's been illuminating. I've learned things about my heritage that I never knew before." More silence. The guests were waiting, sensing that something significant was coming. "But I've also noticed something." Harry let his eyes sweep the room, making contact with as many people as possible. "Some of you are wondering why you're here. Why Harry Potter, a half-blood raised by Muggles, is hosting a ball at Black Manor. Why the boy who lived is playing at pure-blood politics." Uncomfortable shuffling. He'd named the elephant in the room. "The truth is, I've been asking myself the same question." Harry's voice softened. "When I was 5 years old, I didn't know magic existed. I didn't know I had a grandmother who was a ghost, or a godfather in prison, or a family history stretching back 1,000 years. I knew a cupboard under the stairs and the back of my uncle's hand." The ballroom had gone completely silent. Harry could feel hundreds of eyes on him, some sympathetic, some skeptical, all riveted. "I could have rejected all of this." Harry gestured at the ballroom, the manor, the gathered elite of magical Britain, the traditions, the politics, the expectations. "I could have said that the wizarding world let me down, that pure blood doesn't matter, that I'm better off alone." He paused. "But I didn't. I chose to learn, to understand, to become part of something larger than myself." He let that sink in. "I chose to honor the House of Black, even knowing its history. I chose to claim my Potter heritage, even knowing my parents died for it. I chose to stand here tonight in front of all of you and say, I am Harry Potter. I am a Black, and I will not be defined by what was done to me. I will be defined by what I do next." The silence stretched. Then, from somewhere in the crowd, someone started clapping. It was Augusta Longbottom, Harry saw. Her fierce old face was alight with something like pride. Beside her, Neville was beaming. The applause spread. More and more guests joined in, until the ballroom echoed with it. Harry stood on the stage, letting it wash over him, feeling something shift in the room's energy. He'd changed the narrative. He could see it on their faces. The way they were looking at him now wasn't the way they'd looked at him before. He wasn't just a child playing dress-up anymore. He was someone who had survived, someone who had chosen his path despite every reason to walk away. He was Harry Potter, and that meant something. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. Guests approached him with new warmth, new respect. Even some of the neutral families, the ones who had been waiting to see which way the wind blew, seemed to have chosen their side. Lucius Malfoy left early, his expression carefully blank. Draco followed, shooting Harry a look that was equal parts confusion and something that might have been grudging respect. By the time the last guest departed, Harry was exhausted in ways he'd never experienced before. His body ached, his mind was fuzzy, and his magical reserves felt like they'd been scraped empty. "That was either brilliant or insane," Dorea said, drifting beside him as he climbed the stairs to his chambers. "I haven't decided which. Daphne Greengrass helped me see what I was missing." "The Greengrass girl." Dorea's eyebrows rose. "She's a sharp one. Her mother was the same way. Always 3 steps ahead of everyone else. She said I should change the narrative. Make them see me as the boy who lived choosing to embrace tradition, instead of an outsider trying to fit in." Dorea was quiet for a moment, then she laughed, a genuine, surprised sound. "She's absolutely right. I was so focused on making you appear legitimate in pure-blood terms that I forgot your greatest asset isn't your bloodline. It's your story." Dorea's ghostly form seemed to brighten. That speech you gave. That was you. Harry, not the script I would have written. You. Was it okay? It was perfect. Dorea drifted closer, her presence a comfort even without physical contact. You made them feel something. That's the hardest part of politics. Getting past people's defenses, making them care. You did it in 5 minutes. Harry reached his chambers and collapsed onto the bed, not bothering to remove his dress robes. The ceiling swam above him, exhaustion pulling at his consciousness. The hearing is in 5 days, he murmured. Will it be enough? We'll find out. Dorea's voice was soft. But I think you've given us a fighting chance. Sleep now. We'll strategize in the morning. Harry closed his eyes. The last thing he heard before sleep claimed him was his grandmother's voice, quiet and fierce as, I'm proud of you, Harry, so very proud. The Wisengamot hearing chamber felt different this time. 4 years ago, Harry had walked in as a terrified 5-year-old, fighting for the right to stay with his grandmother. He'd won that battle. But barely. The vote had been close, the outcome uncertain until the final tally. Now he walked in with his head high and his shoulders back, flanked by Augusta Longbottom on one side and the spectral presence of Dorea on the other. The chamber was fuller than it had been before, word having spread about the vernal equinox ball and Harry's unexpected speech. Albus Dumbledore sat in the Chief Warlock's chair, his expression unreadable. Lucius Malfoy was positioned in the front row of the petitioners' section, his silver cane resting against his knee. The Committee on Harary Estates is now in session, announced the chairman, Tiberius Ogden, an elderly wizard with a face like a weathered stone. First items, the petition of Lord Lucius Malfoy regarding guardianship of minor heirs with claims to the House of Black. Malfoy rose smoothly. Thank you, Chairman. I appear before this body with grave concerns about the welfare of young Harry Potter. Harry kept his expression neutral, watching. Mr. Potter is, by all accounts, a remarkable child. Malfoy's voice was silk, articulate, intelligent, well-versed in the traditions of pure blood society. But he is also a 9-year-old boy living alone in an ancient manor, with no living guardian to protect him. His only caretaker is a ghost, a spirit with no legal standing, no ability to physically intervene if danger arises. Murmurs from the chamber. Harry felt Dorea stiffen beside him. Lord Arcturus Black, who acknowledged Mr. Potter as an heir, is gravely ill. When he passes, and reliable sources suggest this will be soon, there will be no one with formal authority over Mr. Potter's welfare. No one to make decisions about his education, his finances, his future. Malfoy's pale eyes swept the chamber. I propose that this body appoint a proper guardian, a living wizard with the resources and standing to ensure Mr. Potter's safety and development. And you nominate yourself. Ogden's voice was dry. I nominate my family. Malfoy inclined his head. My wife Narcissa is Mr. Potter's cousin through the black line. Our son Draco is of similar age. We can provide stability, guidance, and a proper magical education. We can ensure that Mr. Potter takes his rightful place in our society, not as an isolated child playing at politics, but as a fully integrated member of the families he claims to represent. It was a good speech. Harry had to admit that. Malfoy had positioned himself as the reasonable option, the concerned relative stepping in to help a struggling orphan. Time to shatter that illusion. May I respond? Harry's voice cut through the murmurs. Ogden looked surprised. Mr. Potter, this is irregular. Children don't typically address the committee directly. I addressed this body 4 years ago, when I was 5. Harry kept his voice steady. The committee heard me then. I ask only for the same courtesy now. A long pause. Then Ogden nodded. Very well. The committee will hear Mr. Potter's response. Harry stood, feeling the weight of hundreds of eyes. He'd prepared for this moment, rehearsed arguments, memorized precedents, practiced his delivery. But when he opened his mouth, what came out was something simpler. Lord Malfoy is right about one thing. I am a child, 9 years old, living in a big house with a ghost for company. By most measures, I shouldn't be standing here at all." Harry paused, letting that settle. But Lord Malfoy forgot to mention a few things. He forgot to mention that his family supported the Dark Lord who murdered my parents. He forgot to mention that his wife's sister is the one who tortured Neville Longbottom's parents into insanity. He forgot to mention that his interest in my welfare began precisely when Arcturus Black's health started failing, when it became clear that the Black fortune might soon be up for grabs. Malfoy's expression didn't change, but Harry saw his knuckles whiten on the head of his cane. "I'm not saying Lord Malfoy is evil." Harry kept his voice measured, reasonable. "I'm saying his motives aren't as pure as he claims. He doesn't want to protect me. He wants to control me. To control the Black seat on this body. To control the Potter seat when I come of age. To use me as a stepping stone to power he couldn't otherwise achieve." More murmurs. Some of them sounded approving. "The truth is, I don't need a guardian." Harry straightened. "I've been taking care of myself since I was 5 years old. I've been learning magic, studying history, preparing for the responsibilities I'll inherit. My grandmother, yes, she's a ghost, has taught me more about our world in 4 years than most children learn in a lifetime. The staff at Black Manor, the protections on the property, the resources of the family. I'm not lacking for support, but you lack legal standing." Ogden pointed out. "When Lord Black dies, there will be no one with formal authority. Then give me formal authority." Harry met the old wizard's eyes. "I know it's unusual, I know I'm young, but the precedent exists. Minor heirs have been emancipated before, when circumstances warranted. I'm asking this body to recognize what's already true, that I am capable of managing my own affairs, and that putting me under Lucius Malfoy's thumb would be worse than leaving me alone." The chamber erupted. Arguments flew back and forth. Supporters of emancipation clashed with traditionalists who thought the very idea was absurd. Malfoy's allies pushed for the guardianship petition. Augusta Longbottom shot back with pointed references to the Malfoy family's Death Eater connections. Through it all, Harry stood quietly, watching. He'd said his piece. Now it was up to the Wizengamot to decide. Finally, Dumbledore raised his wand and produced a crack like thunder. "Nuff." His voice carried easily over the din. "This body will come to order." The chaos subsided. Dumbledore's blue eyes moved across the chamber, lingering on Harry for just a moment. "We have heard the petition and the response," Dumbledore said. "The committee must now deliberate. However, before we proceed, there is one piece of information that should be entered into the record." He reached into his robes and produced a scroll. "This morning, I received word from Black Hall. Lord Arcturus Black passed away in his sleep last night." The chamber went silent. Harry felt the news like a punch to the gut. He'd known it was coming, had been preparing for it, intellectually, but the reality hit differently. Arcturus was gone. The ancient, cold, brilliant old man who had taken a chance on a 5-year-old boy, he was gone. Before his death, Dumbledore continued. Lord Black filed a document with the ministry. He unrolled the scroll, his final will and testament, magically sealed and verified. In it, he names his sole heir. Harry held his breath. Harry James Potter is named as the direct heir to the most ancient and noble house of Black. He is to inherit all titles, properties, vaults, and privileges associated with the family. Additionally, Dumbledore paused, his eyes meeting Harry's across the chamber. Lord Black specifically invoked the right of succession, an ancient provision that allows a designated heir to assume full authority regardless of age, provided they pass the family's magical test of worthiness. Chaos again. Louder this time. Harry barely heard it. His mind was reeling. Arcturus had done it. He'd invoked a provision that Harry hadn't even known existed. A way to bypass the age requirements to put Harry in control immediately. But there was a catch. There was always a catch. "What test?" he asked, his voice cutting through the noise. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression Harry couldn't read. The Black family has always required its heirs to prove themselves before assuming leadership. The test varies depending on the heir and the circumstances, but it typically involves demonstrating mastery of the family's magical traditions. Dumbledore's voice was neutral, informative. According to the will, you have 1 month to complete the test. If you fail, the inheritance passes to the next eligible candidate. Draco Malfoy, Lucius said smoothly, rising to his feet. My son stands ready to assume his rightful place. Your son will have his chance if Mr. Potter fails. Dumbledore's voice was firm, but not before. The will is clear, Lord Malfoy. Harry Potter has the first right of succession. The committee has no authority to override that. Malfoy's expression remained composed, but Harry saw the fury blazing in his pale eyes. Of course, Lucius said silkily. I wish Mr. Potter nothing but success. I'm sure a 9-year-old raised by Muggles will have no trouble passing a test designed for adult heirs with decades of training. I'll manage. Harry's voice was steady despite the fear coiling in his stomach. I always do. The hearing adjourned shortly after. Harry found himself in a waiting room, surrounded by Augusta Longbottom, Dorea, and what felt like a crushing weight of expectation. A test, Dorea was saying, her ghostly form flickering with agitation. Arcturus invoked the right of succession. I didn't think he would actually. What kind of test? Harry interrupted. What am I going to have to do? Dorea was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was careful. The Black family tests are variable. They adapt to the heir being tested. For some, it's been a demonstration of magical power. For others, a test of political acumen. For a few, she hesitated. It's been a test of character, of worthiness in a moral sense. How do I prepare for something that changes based on who's taking it? You don't. Doria's ghostly eyes met his. That's the point. The test isn't about what you know or what you can do. It's about who you are at your core. What you'll sacrifice, what you'll protect, what you'll become when pushed to your limits. Harry absorbed this. A test of character. A test that would determine not just his future, but the future of the Black family. I'm ready, he said. I'm ready. He said it again, more firmly. Arcturus believed in me enough to give me this chance. I'm not going to waste it. Dorea studied him for a long moment. Then she smiled, the soft smile, the one that made her look almost alive. No, she said quietly. I don't suppose you will. Augusta Longbottom cleared her throat. The boy has a month to prepare. I suggest we use it wisely. Her fierce old eyes settled on Harry. Whatever this test involves, you won't face it alone. The Longbottoms stand with the Potters. We always have. Thank you, Lady Longbottom. Don't thank me yet. You haven't seen my idea of wise use of time. Augusta's lips curved slightly. Now, let's get you back to Black Manor. We have a great deal of work to do. 3 weeks later, Harry stood in the depths of Black Manor, facing a door he'd never noticed before. The door had appeared that morning, materializing in a wall of the east wing that had previously been blank stone. It was Black's, of course, carved with symbols that seemed to shift and writhe when Harry looked at them directly, and radiated a sense of ancient, waiting power. This is it, Dorea said quietly, floating beside him. The entrance to the testing chamber. It only appears when an heir invokes the right of succession. What's behind it? I don't know. I never had to take the test. I married into the family. Dorea's voice was heavy. Charles took it back when he was young. He never spoke of what happened inside, just said that it showed him who he really was. Harry stared at the door. 3 weeks of preparation, advanced magical training, historical study, mental conditioning, all leading to this moment. He felt ready. He also felt terrified. Whatever happens in there, Dorea said, remember who you are. Not Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Not Harry Black the heir, just Harry. The boy who survived. The boy who chose to fight instead of accept defeat. Her ghostly hand passed through his shoulder, leaving a trail of cold. That's who Arcturus saw when he chose you. That's who will pass this test." Harry nodded. He reached for the door handle, wrought iron, cold as ice, and pushed. The door swung open onto darkness. Harry stepped through. The testing chamber was nothing like he'd expected. Instead of a room, he found himself standing in a void, an infinite expanse of blackness that stretched in all directions. No floor beneath his feet, yet he stood on something solid. No ceiling overhead, yet the darkness pressed down like a physical weight. "Welcome, Hare." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. It was deep resonant and carried the weight of centuries. "Who are you?" Harry asked, proud that his voice didn't shake. "We are the House of Black. Every ancestor who has ever lived. Every hair who has ever been tested. Every drop of blood that has flowed through our line." The darkness shifted, and Harry caught glimpses of faces. Thousands of faces watching him with silver eyes. "We are the legacy you seek to inherit." "What do I have to do?" "Simple." The voice held a hint of dark amusement. "Survive." The darkness lunged. Harry threw himself sideways, acting on pure instinct. Something massive swept through the space where he'd been standing. A tendril of shadow, solid as stone, sharp as a blade. He rolled to his feet, calling fire to his hands without thinking. The flames illuminated the void for just a moment, revealing horror's twisted shapes, grasping claws, faces contorted with madness and rage. "The Black family madness," the voice intoned. "Every generation it claims some of us, Bellatrix, Walburga, Cygnus. They surrendered to the darkness within them. Will you?" Another tendril struck. Harry dodged, sent a blast of fire at the source, heard something screech in pain. "I'm not them," he gasped, backing away from another attack. "I'm not mad?" "No." The voice sounded curious. "Then show us. Show us what you are when the darkness closes in. Show us who Harry Potter becomes when everything is stripped away." The void contracted. The shadows pressed closer, tighter, squeezing Harry from all sides. He felt them, the memories of every twisted black, every cruel deed, every moment of madness and violence, pouring into his mind like poison. He saw Bellatrix, laughing as she tortured the Longbottoms. Saw Orion, disowning his son for daring to be different. Saw generation after generation of cruelty, prejudice, and hatred, all wearing the black name like a badge of honor. And beneath it all, he felt the pull. The seductive whisper that said, "Join us. Embrace the darkness. You know what it feels like to be hurt. Wouldn't it feel good to hurt back? To make them all pay?" For a moment, just a moment, Harry wanted to say yes. He thought about the Dursleys, about Vernon's fists and Petunia's cruel words and Dudley's malicious laughter. He thought about Lucius Malfoy, scheming to steal his inheritance. He thought about Dumbledore, treating him like a chess piece to be moved around the board. He could destroy them all. The power was right there, waiting to be claimed. All he had to do was embrace the darkness, let go of the things that held him back, the mercy, the compassion, the ridiculous belief that he had to be good, and become what the Black family was always meant to be. "Take it," the darkness whispered. "Take the power. Make them suffer. You've earned that right." Harry closed his eyes, and he thought about Dorea, who had chosen to stay even when she could have moved on. About Arcturus, who had given a chance to a child he didn't have to acknowledge. About Neville, who called Harry brave when Harry felt anything but. About Creature, who had fed him without being asked and worried about whether his clothes were warm enough. He thought about his parents, who had died rather than let their son be harmed. The darkness offered power, but power wasn't what Harry wanted. He wanted to be worthy. "No," he said, and his voice was steady. "I won't become like them. I won't let the darkness win, even if it costs you everything." The voice was curious, probing. "Even if it means losing the inheritance, being cast out, alone again." Even then, Harry opened his eyes. The shadows were still pressing, but they felt less overwhelming now, less like an attacking force and more like a storm waiting to see what he'd do. "I've been alone before. I've been hurt before. I survived, and I didn't survive by becoming a monster. Then what did you survive by? Harry thought about the question, really thought about it. Be choosing, he said finally, every day, every moment, choosing to be better than what was done to me. Choosing to believe that I was worth something, even when everyone told me I wasn't. Choosing to fight for a future I could be proud of. The darkness was silent. Then, slowly, it began to recede. The twisted shapes faded. The crushing pressure eased. The void transformed around Harry, shadows giving way to light. Warm, golden light that felt like sunrise after endless night. You pass. The voice was different now, still ancient, still powerful, but softer. Almost kind. The test is not about power or knowledge or even survival. It is about choice. The Black family has been destroyed by those who chose darkness, who let ambition and cruelty consume them. You have chosen differently. You have chosen to carry the name without carrying the poison. Harry felt something settle over him, a weight, but not an unpleasant one, like a mantle being draped across his shoulders. Welcome, Lord Black. The light blazed. Harry closed his eyes against it. When he opened them again, he was standing in the east wing of Black Manor. The door behind him was gone, leaving only blank stone. His body ached. His magical reserves felt scraped empty, and he was crying. Tears of exhaustion and relief and something he couldn't name. Dorea was there, her ghostly form bright with desperate hope. Harry, what happened? Are you? I passed, Harry said, and his voice sounded strange to his own ears. Older, more certain. I'm Lord Black now. Dorea stared at him. Then she laughed, a wild, joyful sound that echoed through the empty corridor. Oh, my boy, she said, her voice thick with tears. She couldn't actually cry. My wonderful, impossible boy. Harry smiled. He felt different, not fundamentally changed. Still Harry, still the boy who had run away from a cupboard and found a ghost, but more settled, more certain of who he was and what he was willing to become. The Black family had tested him, had shown him the worst of what they had been, the darkness that waited in their blood, and he had chosen the light. Lady Longbottom is going to have a heart attack, Harry said, his smile widening. I should probably tell her before she hears it from someone else. There will be a formal announcement, Dorea said, still glowing with pride. The Wisingamot will have to recognize the succession. Malfoy will be furious. Good. Harry straightened his shoulders, feeling the new weight settle more comfortably. Let him be furious. Let them all be furious. I'm not going anywhere. He walked down the corridor, his grandmother's ghost drifting beside him toward a future that finally felt like his own. Behind him, in the depths of the manor, the Black family magic hummed with approval. A new lord had risen, and he was just getting started. Chapter Pfeffy, the train to tomorrow. The great hall hummed with the chaos of breakfast, but Harry barely noticed. He was reading the Daily Prophet, his eggs growing cold beside him, completely absorbed in the front page. Hedmsaras black iconoratabu. Minestar isus for amelapola. The article detailed everything. Pettigrew's confession under Veritaserum. The revelation that he'd been the Potter's secret keeper, not Sirius. The admission that he'd faked his death and framed his former friend. And finally, after 9 years of wrongful imprisonment, Sirius Black was a free man. You're going to burn a hole in that paper, Ron said through a mouthful of toast. Let him read, Neville said from Harry's other side. This is important. Harry set the paper down, his mind racing. The article said Sirius was being released today, that he was in St. Mungo's, recovering from his years of exposure to the Dementors, that he had declined all interview requests except one, with his godson. I need to go see him, Harry said. Term just started. Hermione had appeared across the table, her own of the Prophet tucked under her arm. You can't just leave. There are classes, rules, a whole schedule. Hermione. Harry's voice was gentle but firm. My godfather spent 9 years in hell for a crime he didn't commit. I caught the man who put him there. I'm going to visit him, and I'll deal with whatever consequences come from missing a few classes." Hermione opened her mouth to argue, then closed it. Something in Harry's expression must have convinced her this wasn't a battle worth fighting. "Fine, but I'm taking notes for you in Transfiguration." "Thank you. And Charms. Also thank you. And you're going to tell me everything when you get back, because this is the most interesting thing that's happened at Hogwarts in decades, and I want to know the details." Harry smiled despite himself. Deal. Getting permission to leave turned out to be surprisingly easy. Professor McGonagall summoned Harry to her office before his first class even started, her expression inscrutable as she gestured for him to sit. "I assume you've seen the Prophet." "Yes, Professor. And I assume you want to visit Mr. Black at St. Mungo's." "Yes, Professor." McGonagall studied him for a long moment. Her lips were pressed thin, but there was something almost like approval in her eyes. "Albus wants to speak with you before you go." Harry's stomach tightened. He'd been expecting this, dreading it really. Dumbledore had been suspiciously absent since Harry's arrival at Hogwarts. No welcome speech directed at him personally. No requests for private meetings. Just distant observation from the head table, those twinkling blue eyes tracking Harry's movements without revealing anything. "Is that a requirement?" "It's a request." McGonagall's voice was carefully neutral. "The headmaster understands that you may have reservations about speaking with him." "Reservations?" Harry kept his own voice flat. "That's one word for it. Mr. Potter." "Harry." McGonagall leaned forward slightly. "I don't know the full history between you and the headmaster. I know there was a dispute about your guardianship years ago. I know you've made choices that surprised many people, Albus included." She paused. "I also know that Albus Dumbledore, whatever his flaws, genuinely wants what's best for the wizarding world. For you, with respect, Professor, his idea of what's best for me involved leaving me with people who beat me." McGonagall flinched. It was tiny, almost imperceptible, but Harry caught it. "I didn't know," she said quietly. "When we left you there, I had concerns about the Dursleys, but I didn't know the extent of—" She broke off, composing herself. "That's not an excuse. I should have checked. Should have insisted on monitoring your welfare. I failed you and I'm sorry." Harry hadn't expected an apology. Hadn't expected the raw honesty in McGonagall's voice, the guilt in her eyes. It threw him off balance. "Thank you," he said finally, "for saying that. It doesn't make up for anything, no, but it matters." Harry took a breath. "I'll speak with Dumbledore, briefly, but then I'm going to see Sirius, of course." McGonagall stood, and for just a moment, she reached out and squeezed Harry's shoulder. "For what it's worth, Mr. Potter, I'm proud of what you've accomplished. Your parents would be too." Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. He nodded once, not trusting his voice, and followed her out of the office. Dumbledore's office was exactly as chaotic as Harry had imagined. Spinning instruments covered every surface, emitting puffs of smoke and strange humming sounds. Portraits of previous headmasters lined the walls, most of them pretending to sleep while obviously eavesdropping. A beautiful phoenix perched on a stand near the window, its plumage like living fire. And behind the massive desk Albus Dumbledore sat waiting. "Harry." The old wizard's voice was warm, his blue eyes twinkling. "Thank you for coming. Professor, please, sit." Dumbledore gestured to a comfortable chair. "Lemon drop." "No, thank you." Harry sat, keeping his posture straight, his expression neutral. He'd prepared for this meeting the way he prepared for any political encounter, by deciding in advance what he was and wasn't willing to reveal. "You've accomplished something remarkable," Dumbledore said, when it became clear Harry wasn't going to fill the silence. "Capturing Peter Pettigrew, exposing the truth about that terrible night, freeing an innocent man. Most adult wizards couldn't have done what you did. I had help, nevertheless." Dumbledore's eyes were unreadable behind his half-moon spectacles. "You've proven yourself to be exceptionally capable, Harry. more capable than anyone expected. Is that a problem? Not a problem, no. A concern, perhaps. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. You were supposed to have a childhood, time to grow, to learn, to be a child before the weight of destiny settled on your shoulders. Instead, you've spent the last 6 years preparing for battles most people don't even know are coming. I didn't have much choice about that. Didn't you? Dumbledore's voice was gentle but probing. You could have stayed with your aunt and uncle. Lived a quiet, anonymous life until you were old enough to enter our world properly. My aunt and uncle were abusing me. I know. Dumbledore's expression shifted, something like pain flickering across his ancient features. I know, Harry, and I am more sorry than I can express. I placed you there for your protection, the blood wards created by your mother's sacrifice, but I failed to ensure you were protected from the people inside those wards. That failure haunts me. Does it? Yes. The word was simple, stark. I told myself that some suffering was acceptable if it kept you safe from Voldemort's followers. I told myself that the greater good required sacrifice, that your temporary unhappiness was a small price for your eventual survival. Dumbledore's voice dropped. I was wrong. There is no greater good that justifies the abuse of a child. I forgot that, and you paid the price. Harry hadn't expected this. Hadn't expected Dumbledore to admit fault so openly, without excuses or justifications. It threw him off balance for the second time that morning. Why are you telling me this? Because you deserve to hear it. Because I want you to understand that I never intended to hurt you. That my intentions, however misguided, were rooted in genuine concern for your welfare. Dumbledore paused. And because I want to ask for a second chance. A second chance to do what? To be your ally, your mentor, your friend. If you'll allow it. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's directly. The war isn't over, Harry. Voldemort was destroyed that night in Godric's Hollow, but I don't believe he's truly gone. There are signs, whispers, portents, things that suggest he's found a way to persist. When he returns, and I believe he will return, you'll need every ally you can get. Harry absorbed this. It matched what Dorea had hinted at. The warnings she'd given about the scar on his forehead and the darkness that might still be connected to it. And you want to help me fight him? I want to help you survive. To defeat him, yes, but more importantly, to come through that battle as yourself, not as a weapon someone else has shaped, not as a pawn in someone else's game, but as Harry Potter, the boy who chooses his own path. There was something genuine in Dumbledore's voice. Harry could hear it, the concern, the regret, the desperate hope that it wasn't too late to make amends. The old wizard wasn't trying to manipulate him, not this time. He was offering something real. But Harry had learned to be careful with offers. I'll think about it, he said finally. I'm not ready to trust you. Not yet. But I'm willing to keep the door open. Dumbledore's shoulders relaxed slightly. He hadn't realized how tense he'd been until the tension released. That's all I can ask. He stood, and Harry rose with him. One more thing, before you go. Yes. Sirius will need time to recover. Years of Dementor exposure don't heal quickly, if they ever heal completely. Be patient with him. Be kind. Dumbledore's eyes were soft. He loved your father more than anyone in the world, and he spent 9 years believing he was responsible for James's death. Even now, freed and exonerated, part of him still carries that guilt. Your presence, your forgiveness, will mean more to him than you can imagine. Harry nodded slowly. I understand. Good. Dumbledore moved toward the door, then paused. Harry, whatever else happens between us, whatever trust we do or don't build, I want you to know something. What? Your mother would be proud of you. Lily was fierce and brilliant and utterly unwilling to accept injustice. You've inherited all of that from her. Dumbledore's smile was sad. She was one of the finest people I ever knew. I see her in you every day. Harry didn't know what to say, so he just nodded again and walked out of the office, his mind churning with more questions than answers. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries occupied a converted department store in central London, hidden behind a facade that muggles walked past without noticing. Harry arrived via flue, stepping out of the fireplace into a bustling reception area full of witches and wizards in various states of medical distress. Lord Black. A healer approached him immediately. Word had apparently spread about his visit. "This way, please. Mr. Black is expecting you." They walked through corridors that smelled of antiseptic potions and healing herbs, past wards full of patients with spell damage and creature injuries and ailments Harry couldn't identify. The healer kept up a steady stream of information about Sirius's condition. Malnourishment, psychological trauma, some physical deterioration from years of imprisonment. But Harry barely heard it. His heart was pounding too loud. They stopped before a private room. The healer knocked once, then opened the door. "Your godson is here, Mr. Black." Harry stepped inside. The room was small but comfortable. A bed, a chair, a window that looked out onto a magical garden full of healing plants. And sitting in the chair, wrapped in a blanket despite the warm temperature, was Sirius Black. He looked better than he had in Azkaban. Someone had cut his hair, washed away the grime, put him in clean clothes. His face had more color, his eyes more life. But he was still thin, still fragile, still marked by the years of suffering that no amount of healing could fully erase. "Harry." Sirius's voice cracked on the name. "Sirius." They stared at each other across the small room. So much to say. So many years to bridge. Harry didn't know where to start. Then Sirius smiled. A real smile, bright and warm despite the shadows in his eyes, and suddenly Harry was moving, crossing the room, wrapping his arms around his godfather in a fierce embrace. Sirius hugged him back. His arms were thin, almost frail, but his grip was strong. "You did it," Sirius whispered. "You actually did it. You caught the rat. I told you I would." "I know. Sirius's voice broke. "I didn't let myself believe it. Didn't let myself hope. Hope is dangerous in Azkaban. It gives the Dementors something to feed on." Harry pulled back, studying his godfather's face. There was so much pain there, so much damage. But there was something else too. Something that looked almost like joy. "Tell me everything," Sirius said. "How you found him, how you caught him, all of it." So Harry told him. He sat in the chair beside Sirius's bed and recounted the whole story. From the letter that had arrived at Black Manor to the moment on the Hogwarts Express, when Pettigrew had transformed. He told Sirius about Ron's shock, about Hermione's quick spell work, about McGonagall's fury and Dumbledore's complicated reaction. And Sirius listened, his eyes never leaving Harry's face, occasionally laughing or swearing or wiping away tears. "A homorphous charm," he said, when Harry described the forced transformation. "You learned a homorphous charm at 11 years old specifically to catch Peter." "I wanted to be prepared." "You're terrifying. You know that?" But Sirius was smiling. James would have loved it. He always said the best pranks required the most preparation. "I didn't think of it as a prank." "No, you wouldn't. You're too serious." Sirius paused, then laughed. "Get it? Too serious." Harry groaned. "That's terrible. I've had 9 years to work on my material. Give me a break." The laughter faded, and a more somber mood settled over the room. There were still things to discuss, harder things. Harry could see them weighing on Sirius's shoulders. "I should have been there," Sirius said quietly. "When you were growing up. I should have been raising you, not." He gestured at himself, at the evidence of years lost to wrongful imprisonment. "You couldn't have known." "I knew." Sirius's voice was bitter. "I knew what Petunia was like. Lily used to talk about her. Her magic-hating sister, the one who called her a freak and refused to come to the wedding. When Hagrid told me Dumbledore was placing you with the Dursleys, He stopped, pressing his palms against his eyes. "I should have done something, should have fought harder. But I was so focused on catching Peter, on revenge, that I didn't." Sirius. Harry's voice was firm. Stop. Sirius looked up, surprised. You made mistakes. Dumbledore made mistakes. Everyone involved in the aftermath of that night made mistakes. Harry met his godfather's eyes steadily. But you know what? I survived. I found grandmother. I built a life. And now I've got you back, and Pettigrew is rotting in Azkaban where he belongs. He paused. Spending energy on regret doesn't change anything. Trust me, I've tried. Sirius stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed. A real laugh this time, full and warm. Merlin's beard, you sound just like Lily. She used to say something similar whenever James got broody about things he couldn't change. His expression softened. You've got the best of both of them, Harry. James's courage and Lily's wisdom. I hope so. I know so. Sirius reached out and squeezed Harry's shoulder. You're going to do great things, pup. I just hope I get to be there to see them. The healers eventually shooed Harry out, insisting that Sirius needed rest. But before Harry left, Sirius caught his hand. There's something else, he said. Something I haven't told anyone yet. What? Sirius hesitated. In Azkaban, the Dementors make you relive your worst memories, over and over and over. For me, that was always finding James and Lily's bodies, seeing Peter smile at me before he blasted the street, realizing that I'd handed him the weapon he used to destroy everything I loved. Harry waited, sensing there was more. But sometimes, not often, but sometimes, I had other memories too, memories that didn't feel like mine. Sirius's voice dropped. I'd see a dark room, a man with red eyes, a snake coiling around his throne, and I'd hear a voice, talking about something it called a Horcrux. Harry's blood went cold. What's a Horcrux? I don't know. But the word, it felt important, dangerous. Sirius's grip tightened on Harry's hand. I think those memories were from Peter, from when he was serving the Dark Lord. Somehow, when the Dementors were feeding, bits of his consciousness leaked into mine. That's possible. No idea. The Dementors are ancient, poorly understood. Who knows what they're actually capable of? Sirius met Harry's eyes. But whatever a Horcrux is, you know, who considered it vital? And if he's really coming back, if Dumbledore is right about that, then we need to understand what it means. Harry filed the information away, his mind already racing through possibilities. A dark room, red eyes, a snake, a Horcrux. I'll look into it, he promised. Be careful. Sirius's voice was urgent. If the Dark Lord really is still out there, if he has some way of returning, you're the one who defeated him once. He'll come for you. Let him come. Harry's voice was steady. I've spent 6 years preparing for battles. I'm not going to run from this one. Sirius studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled. James always said the same thing, said running wasn't in his nature. The smile turned sad. It got him killed. I'm not James. No, you're not. Sirius squeezed Harry's hand one last time. You're something new, something the world has never seen before. He released his grip. Go back to school, pup. Learn everything you can. And when the time comes, when the darkness rises again, we'll face it together. Harry nodded. He didn't trust his voice. Oh, and Harry. He paused at the door. There's a property, Sirius said. Number 12 Grimmauld Place. It was my family home, the London house of the main Black Line. It's mine now, I suppose, by right of inheritance. His expression twisted. I hate that house. Hated everything it represented. But it has resources. A library, artifacts, things that might help with your research. You're offering it to me. It's yours anyway, technically. You're Lord Black, and that house is a Black property. Sirius's voice was wry. Consider it a belated birthday present, or a bribe to get you to visit more often. Whatever works. Despite everything, Harry smiled. Thank you, Sirius. Thank you, Harry. Sirius's eyes were bright. For believing me. For fighting for me. For giving me something to live for again. Harry left the hospital with a lot on his mind. The train ride back to Hogwarts was quiet. He sat alone in a compartment, staring out the window at the passing countryside, thinking about everything Sirius had said. Horcruxes, the word echoed in his mind, ominous and unfamiliar. Something Voldemort had considered vital. Something connected to his survival, his potential return. Harry needed information, needed to understand what he was dealing with. But for now there was school, classes, the normal life of an 11-year-old wizard, or as normal as it could be for someone who'd already fought political battles and freed wrongly imprisoned prisoners. The Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station as the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. Harry gathered his things and stepped onto the platform, breathing in the cool Scottish air. Harry. He turned to find Neville hurrying toward him, Ron and Hermione close behind. "You're back." Neville's face was alight with relief. "We were worried." "Well," Hermione was worried. "Ron said you'd be fine because you're Harry Potter, and I pointed out that being Harry Potter is exactly why you might not be fine." "I'm fine." Harry cut off the rambling with a smile. "Sirius is doing well. He's going to make a full recovery." "That's brilliant." Ron clapped him on the shoulder. "My brothers have been talking about you nonstop, by the way. Fred and George say you're their new hero. They want to know how you knew about the transformation spell. Trade secret. Come on, you have to tell us something. Or Mr. Potter." The voice cut through the chatter. Harry turned to find a young wizard approaching. 7th year by the look of him, with red hair and a prefect badge. "Professor McGonagall wants to see you in her office. Says it's urgent." Harry exchanged a look with his friends. "I'll catch up with you later." He followed the prefect up to the castle, his mind racing through possibilities. What could be so urgent? Had something happened with Sirius? With the Pettigrew investigation? McGonagall's office door was open. Harry stepped inside and stopped short. There were 2 people waiting for him. McGonagall, of course, standing behind her desk with an expression Harry couldn't read. And sitting in one of the chairs, looking tired but alert, Professor Quirrell. The Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher turned to look at him. Quirrell was an odd man, nervous, stuttering, seemingly terrified of his own subject matter. Harry had only had 1 class with him so far, but he'd found it distinctly underwhelming. Mr. Potter," Quirrell said. "I'm glad you're back safely." Something felt wrong. Harry couldn't put his finger on it, but his instincts were screaming. The way Quirrell was sitting. The way his eyes tracked Harry's movements. The faint smell in the air, like something burning. "What's going on?" Harry asked, keeping his voice neutral. "Professor Quirrell has some concerns about the castle's security," McGonagall said. "Given recent events, the Pettigrew capture, the publicity around your role in it, he wanted to discuss additional protective measures." "Protective measures?" "Why, yes." Quirrell stood, and Harry noticed he was wearing a large purple turban wrapped around his head. The Dark Lord had many followers. Some of them, might seek revenge against the boy who exposed one of their own. "That's very thoughtful of you, Professor. I only want to help." But as Quirrell moved closer, Harry felt something pulse. A sharp pain behind his scar, brief but intense. He managed not to flinch, but his hand twitched toward his forehead instinctively. Quirrell noticed. His eyes flickered to Harry's scar, and for just a moment, just a fraction of a second, his nervous expression shifted into something else entirely. Something cold, calculating, hungry. Then it was gone and Quirrell was stuttering again, talking about ward schemes and patrol schedules and protective enchantments. But Harry wasn't listening anymore. He was remembering Sirius's words. A dark room, red eyes, a man who considered something called a Horcrux vital to his survival. And he was remembering Dorea's warning, delivered years ago in the quiet of Black Manor. The thing that killed your parents. "I don't believe it's truly gone." "Thank you for your concern, Professor," Harry said smoothly, cutting off Quirrell's rambling. "I'll take appropriate precautions." Very good." Quirrell's smile didn't reach his eyes. Why must all be vigilant, after all? The dark has many faces. Yes, Harry thought, it does. The next few weeks established what would become Harry's Hogwarts routine. Classes in the morning, Transfiguration with McGonagall, Charms with Flitwick, Potions with the Sower, Face Snape who seemed to hate Harry on sight. Lunch in the Great Hall, surrounded by friends and the constant buzz of student gossip. Afternoons split between homework, independent study, and the political correspondence that never stopped arriving. And through it all, Harry watched. He watched Quirrell, noting the professor's odd behaviors, the way he avoided certain corridors, the way he sometimes stopped mid-sentence as if listening to something no one else could hear, the way Harry's scar always prickled in his presence. He watched the other students, cataloging potential allies and potential threats. The children of Death Eaters were easy to spot, Draco Malfoy chief among them, still smarting from his father's political defeats. But there were subtler dangers too. Students who reported back to their parents, teachers who had agendas of their own. And he watched himself, making sure he didn't become so focused on the darkness that he forgot how to appreciate the light. "You're thinking too hard again," Hermione said one evening in the common room, looking up from her essay on magical theory. "Am I? You've got that look. The one where you're planning something complicated and dangerous." Harry smiled despite himself. "I'm always planning something complicated and dangerous. It's kind of my thing. That's what worries me." Hermione set down her quill. "Harry, I know you've been through a lot. More than anyone our age should have to deal with. But you're at Hogwarts now. You're supposed to be learning magic and making friends and, I don't know, playing Quidditch or something. Normal things. Normal things.
Yes!
You could try out for the house team. You could join a club. You could do something that doesn't involve catching dark wizards or fighting political battles." Hermione's voice softened. "You're allowed to be a kid, Harry. At least sometimes." Harry looked at her. Really looked. Hermione Granger, bushy, haired and brilliant, who had cast a stunning spell at 11 years old without hesitation. Who had immediately started researching animagi after the train incident, determined to understand how Pettigrew had hidden for so long, who was, in her own way, just as driven and focused as Harry himself. "Are you following your own advice?" he asked. Hermione had the grace to blush. "That's different." "Is it? I'm not. I haven't." She sputtered for a moment, then laughed. "Fine, you've made your point. But at least come to the Quidditch tryouts tomorrow. Ron says you've never even been on a broomstick, and that's apparently some kind of crime against wizardkind." Harry considered this. Quidditch, flying. Something normal, something fun, something that had nothing to do with Dark Lords or political machinations. "Okay," he said. "I'll come." Hermione beamed.
Really? Don't make a big deal out of it. I'm making a huge deal out of it, Ron. Neville!
Harry agreed to come to Quidditch tryouts. The common room erupted in celebration, and Harry found himself smiling despite everything. Maybe Hermione was right. Maybe he needed to let himself be a kid sometimes, even if only for a little while. The Quidditch tryouts were a disaster. Not because Harry was bad. He was, if anything, irritatingly good, discovering a natural talent for flying that made even the experienced players on the team sit up and take notice. The disaster was everything else. A rogue bludger nearly took off his head. Then the snitch, which he wasn't supposed to be anywhere near, as a first-year shot toward him like a golden bullet, forcing him into an impossible dive that ended with him catching the thing inches from the ground, and through it all, his scar burned. That was incredible. Ron was shouting as Harry landed, the snitch struggling in his grip. "You just, and then you, and the dive." But Harry wasn't listening. He was scanning the stands, looking for the source of the pain in his forehead. There, in the shadows beneath the teacher's box, a purple turban. Quirrell was watching him. And even from this distance, Harry could feel the wrongness radiating from the man like heat from a fire. "I need to go," Harry said abruptly. What? But they're about to announce. Tell them I forfeit. I need to go. He shoved the snitch into Ron's hands and strode off the pitch, ignoring the confused shouts behind him. His mind was racing, pieces finally clicking into place. The burning scar. The dark presence. The way Quirrell always seemed to be watching, waiting, studying. Dorea's warning echoed in his ears. The thing that killed your parents. I don't believe it's truly gone. What if she was right? What if Voldemort had found a way to survive his destruction? What if he was here at Hogwarts, hiding in plain sight? Harry needed answers, and there was only one place to get them. The library at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Sirius had given him the address, keyed him into the Fidelius charm protecting the property. Harry used the Floo in McGonagall's office, a brief negotiation that involved pointing out his status as Lord Black and his legal right to visit family properties. Within minutes, he was stepping out of a fireplace into the darkest, most oppressive house he'd ever seen. Grimmauld Place was everything Sirius had warned him about: grim, dusty, and saturated with decades of dark magic. The wallpaper was peeling. The gas lamps flickered with eerie light. And somewhere in the depths of the house, something was muttering. Creature. The old house elf appeared with a crack, looking around the space with an expression caught between nostalgia and horror. Master Harry comes to the old house. The house of Creature's mistress, the great Lady Black. Creature's voice was thick with emotion. Creature has not been here in many years. Sirius said there was a library, with books that might help me understand dark magic. Creature's ears flattened. The dark books. Yes, Creature knows where they are hidden. But Master Harry should be careful. Some books bite. I'll keep that in mind. The library was on the 3rd floor, behind a door that required a drop of blood to open. Harry provided it without hesitation, Black family magic, recognizing his status as Lord, and stepped into a room that made the Hogwarts library look like a corner bookshop. Shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with volumes bound in leather, in skin, in materials Harry didn't want to identify. The air was thick with the smell of old paper and something else, something that made his scar twinge. Horcrux, Harry murmured, moving between the shelves. Where would I find information about Horcruxes? As if responding to his words, a book fell from one of the higher shelves, landing at his feet with a heavy thump. The cover was black, embossed with silver letters that seemed to writhe when Harry looked at them directly. Secrets of the Darkest Art. Harry picked it up. The leather was warm against his fingers, warm like living flesh, and part of him wanted to throw it away, burn it, destroy it. But he needed answers. He opened the book and began to read. What he found made his blood run cold. A Horcrux was a container for a piece of a wizard's soul. By committing murder, the ultimate act of evil, a wizard could tear their soul apart and hide the fragment in an object. As long as the Horcrux existed, the wizard couldn't truly die. Their physical body might be destroyed, but the soul fragment would anchor them to the mortal world, allowing them to return. Voldemort hadn't just survived the killing curse bouncing back at him. He'd prepared for death. He'd created Horcruxes, maybe multiple Horcruxes, ensuring that even if his body was destroyed, his soul would endure. And that meant Harry's hand went to his scar. The scar that burned in Quirrell's presence. The scar that had been created the night Voldemort's curse rebounded. What if the curse hadn't just rebounded? What if, in that moment of destruction, a piece of Voldemort's soul had latched onto the only living thing in the room? What if Harry himself was a Horcrux? The thought was so horrifying that Harry had to set the book down and breathe. Just breathe. In, out. In, out. He might be carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul inside him. Might have been carrying it for his entire life. The connection that let him sense the dark presence in Quirrell. It wasn't a gift, it was a curse. A fragment of the monster who had murdered his parents, bound to him forever. No, not forever. The book had explained how Horcruxes could be destroyed. Specific methods, rare and dangerous, but possible. If Harry was a Horcrux, he could be freed. The soul fragment could be removed, eliminated, destroyed. But first, he needed to deal with the immediate threat. Quirrell, Voldemort. Whatever darkness was lurking inside Hogwarts, waiting for its chance to strike. Harry closed the book and stood. His hands were shaking, but his mind was clear. He had a monster to hunt. Halloween came with a troll in the dungeons. Harry wasn't surprised. He'd been watching Quirrell for weeks now, noting the professor's increasingly erratic behavior, the way he kept finding excuses to visit the third-floor corridor that Dumbledore had warned students away from on pain of death. Something was hidden there. Something Quirrell wanted. And on Halloween night, with the Great Hall full of celebrating students and professors, Quirrell made his move.
Troll in the dungeons!
Thought you ought to know. The professor collapsed in a dead faint, or a fake faint, Harry suspected, and the hall erupted in chaos. Students screamed. Teachers shouted for order. Dumbledore's voice boomed through the space, directing prefects to lead their houses back to dormitories. But Harry wasn't going to the dormitory. Hermione, he said sharply. Where's Hermione? Ron's face went pale. She's been in the bathroom all afternoon. She doesn't know about the troll. The girls' bathroom, on the first floor. Harry was already moving. The same floor as the third-floor corridor. He ran. The corridors were chaos. Students stampeding in every direction. Teachers trying to maintain order. Harry wove through the crowd, his wand in his hand, his mind focused on a single goal. Find Hermione. Stop Quirrell. Whatever came next. He found the bathroom just as the screaming started. The troll was inside, 12 feet of ugly club-wielding monsters smashing sinks and toilets with mindless fury. And pressed against the far wall, frozen with terror, was Hermione. Harry didn't hesitate.
UGLI!
The troll turned, its tiny eyes fixed on Harry. It raised its club. Harry raised his wand. Confringo. The blasting curse hit the troll's club, shattering the massive weapon into splinters. The creature roared in confusion and pain, stumbling backward.
Stoop-face, Judith!
3 stunning spells in rapid succession, each one hitting the troll's head. The monster swayed, its eyes rolling back, and then, finally, it collapsed. The bathroom went quiet. Harry lowered his wand, breathing hard. Behind him, he heard footsteps, teachers, finally arriving at the scene. But his attention was on Hermione, who was staring at him with wide, shocked eyes. You saved me, she whispered. That's what friends do. Then the teachers arrived, and there were questions and exclamations and McGonagall alternating between fury and pride. But through it all, Harry kept thinking about what he hadn't found. Quirrell, the third-floor corridor. Whatever was hidden there, the troll had been a distraction. And while everyone was dealing with it, Quirrell had made his move. The question was, had he succeeded? Harry found out 2 weeks later. He was walking past the third-floor corridor, trying to sense what was hidden there, whether Quirrell had managed to breach the defenses, when he heard voices. Won't work. The protections are too strong. Then we try harder. The stone is within our grasp. Harry pressed himself against the wall, barely breathing. The second voice was strange, high, cold, nothing like Quirrell's nervous stutter. Master, perhaps if we wait. We have waited long enough. The cold voice was sharp. The boy suspects. Soon he will act. We must take the stone before he interferes. The stone? What stone? What were they talking about? Master, I am not strong enough. The unicorn blood sustains me. But then we will find another way. A pause heavy with menace. You are a useful vessel, Quirinus. Do not make me doubt your value. Footsteps. Harry flattened himself into an alcove as Quirrell passed by, his purple turban unwinding slightly to reveal nothing, just the back of his head. But Harry could have sworn, just for an instant, that he saw something move beneath the fabric. Something like a face. He waited until Quirrell was gone, then slipped away, his mind churning. The stone. Quirrell's master. A face hidden under a turban. Voldemort. It had to be Voldemort, somehow, impossibly. The Dark Lord was attached to Quirrell, possessing him, using him, working toward some goal that involved a mysterious stone. Harry needed help, needed allies, needed to stop whatever was happening before it was too late. He found Dumbledore's office locked and the headmaster absent, called away on urgent ministry business, according to McGonagall. McGonagall herself was sympathetic but skeptical, unwilling to act on Harry's suspicions without concrete evidence, which left one option. Harry gathered his friends. "You're joking," Ron said flatly. "You want us to go into the Forbidden Corridor and stop a probably possessed teacher from stealing a probably powerful magical artifact?"
Yes.
"Brilliant. Let's do it," Hermione sputtered. "Ron, we can't just. This is against every rule." "Hermione." Harry's voice was quiet but intense. "I know what I'm asking. I know the risks. But Voldemort is in this castle, hiding inside Quirrell, and he's going to steal something that will let him come back to full power. If we don't stop him, who will?" Hermione stared at him. Then she sighed. "I really hate it when you're right." Neville, who had been listening silently, straightened his shoulders. "I'm coming too." "Neville, you're always telling me I'm braver than I think. Time to prove it." Neville's jaw was set. "My parents fought Voldemort. They're in St. Mungo's because of his followers. I'm not letting him win without a fight." Harry felt a surge of pride for his friend. "Okay, all of us, then, tonight." The third floor corridor was guarded by a three-headed dog. Harry had prepared for many things, but not that. The massive creature filled the entire room, each head snapping and snarling as the four students scrambled through the trapdoor hidden beneath its paws. "A Sarbiros," Hermione shrieked as they fell. "Bidup Iwasu, Iana Chol, DMB Dua." Aparant why they landed on something soft, too soft. Harry felt tendrils wrapping around his arms and legs, pulling him down. "Devil's snare!" Neville's voice was sharp with recognition. "Stop struggling! It'll only make it tighter." "Relax." Ron was flailing wildly. "Acho arbo asopasitio." "Fire!" Hermione whipped out her wand. "Devil's snare hates light and heat." Blue flames erupted from her wand, and the plant recoiled. The four students tumbled free, landing in a stone chamber filled with flying keys. After that came a giant chessboard. Then a room full of potions and riddles. Each challenge took something different. Hermione's logic, Ron's strategy, Neville's knowledge of magical plants, Harry's determination. And then, finally, they reached the last chamber. Harry insisted on going alone. "It's me he wants," he said, as his friends protested. "My scar, my connection to him. If you come with me, he'll use you against me. But if I face him alone..." "You could die alone," Hermione said, tears in her eyes. "Maybe. But at least I'll die fighting." Harry touched her shoulder. "Get help. Find Dumbledore, McGonagall, anyone. But don't follow me." He walked through the door before they could argue further. Quirrell was waiting. The professor stood before a massive mirror, his turban gone, revealing the horror beneath. A face, white as chalk, with red eyes and slits for nostrils, was pressed against the back of Quirrell's head. "Voldemort, Harry Potter." The cold voice came from both Quirrell's mouth and the face on his head, overlapping in nauseating stereo. "We meet at last, Voldemort." Harry's wand was in his hand, steady despite his pounding heart. "I wondered when you'd show yourself. Brave boy." "Foolish, but brave." The face smiled, a horrible expression on those chalk-white features. "You've caused me considerable trouble, you know. Freeing my servant from Azkaban, interfering with my vessel's plans. Happy to help. Such defiance. You remind me of your father. He was defiant too, until the end." Voldemort's red eyes gleamed. "Now, step aside. The stone is mine." "No." The smile widened. "You cannot stop me, boy. I have powers you cannot imagine. I am immortal, unkillable, eternal. And you are an 11-year-old child with delusions of heroism." Harry thought about everything he'd learned. The Horcruxes. The soul fragment that might be lodged in his own scar. the dark magic that had sustained Voldemort through his years of wandering, bodiless and vengeful. And he thought about something else. Something Dorea had told him years ago, in the quiet of Black Manor. Your mother's sacrifice created a protection so powerful that even the darkest magic couldn't penetrate it. Maybe, Harry said. But I'm also the child who survived your killing curse, the child protected by magic you can't touch. He stepped forward. Quirrell raised his wand. Avada. Harry moved. Not toward the door, not away from danger. Directly at Quirrell, his hands outstretched, his magic surging with desperate, instinctive power. His palms hit Quirrell's face, and Quirrell screamed. The sound was inhuman, a shriek of agony that echoed through the chamber. Harry felt heat blazing through his hands, felt something recoiling from his touch. Quirrell's skin was blistering, cracking, turning to ash where Harry touched it. "Hus?" Voldemort's voice was a howl of rage and disbelief. "Jeet ma ice." "Love," Harry gasped, holding on despite the pain. "My mother's love, the thing you've never understood." Quirrell was dissolving, falling apart, and with him the face on the back of his head was screaming, twisting, trying to escape. A rush of dark smoke burst from Quirrell's crumbling body and shot toward Harry. It passed through him like ice water, and for one terrible moment he felt Voldemort's presence inside his mind. Rage, hatred, promises of vengeance. Then it was gone, fleeing through the walls, leaving destruction in its wake. Harry collapsed. He woke in the hospital wing. Dumbledore was there. So were his friends. Ron, Hermione, Neville, all sleeping in chairs beside his bed. Sirius was there too, looking pale and worried and wonderfully alive. "You've been unconscious for 3 days," Dumbledore said gently. "The encounter with Voldemort's spirit took a great deal out of you." Did I stop him?" "You did. The stone has been destroyed. I've spoken with its creator, and we agreed it was too dangerous to exist." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Voldemort will have to find another way to return. You've bought us time, Harry. Years, perhaps." Harry lay back against his pillows, exhaustion washing over him. Years, time to prepare. Time to grow stronger. Time to find the Horcruxes and destroy them one by one. "The thing in my scar," he said quietly. "You know about it." Dumbledore went very still. "You've done your research." "I found a book. At Grimmauld Place." Harry met the old wizard's eyes. "I'm a Horcrux, aren't I?" The silence stretched. Then Dumbledore sighed, a heavy, ancient sound. "I feared so. Have feared it for years." His voice was soft. "The connection between you and Voldemort, your ability to sense his presence. It all pointed to that terrible possibility. Is there a way to remove it, without killing me? I don't know." Dumbledore's honesty was stark. "But I intend to find out. Whatever it takes, Harry. I will find a way to free you." Harry nodded slowly. It wasn't the answer he wanted, but it was honest. And after everything that had happened, honesty mattered more than comfort. "The Horcruxes?" he said. "There are others. We need to find them." "We will. Together." Dumbledore's eyes met his. "No more secrets, Harry. No more manipulation. From this moment forward we work as allies. As equals in everything that matters." Harry considered this. The old wizard looked sincere. More sincere than Harry had ever seen him. And after watching Dumbledore's reaction to Quirrell's defeat, after seeing the genuine fear in his eyes when Harry had collapsed, maybe people could change. Maybe second chances meant something. "Okay," Harry said. "Partners." Dumbledore smiled, a real smile, warm and relieved. Partners. The summer stretched ahead of Harry like a promise. He'd return to Black Manor, to Dorea and Kreacher and the life he'd built. He'd visit Sirius regularly, help his godfather continue to recover. He'd research Horcruxes, train his magic, prepare for the battles to come. But first, there was one more thing to do. On the last day of term, Harry stood on the platform at Hogsmeade Station, saying goodbye to his friends. Ron was heading back to the burrow, still processing everything that had happened. Hermione was already planning her summer reading list. Neville was talking about the rare plants he hoped to cultivate in his grandmother's greenhouse. Same time next year. Ron asked, grinning. Wouldn't miss it. Try not to fight any Dark Lords over the summer. Hermione added. I'd like at least one term where we don't almost die. No promises. They laughed, hugged, made plans to write. Then, the train pulled away and Harry stood alone on the platform, watching it disappear. Not alone, actually. A familiar ghostly presence shimmered into existence beside him. Grandmother, Harry said. Surprised? How are you? The station is technically Black property. An ancestor built it centuries ago. Dorea's ghostly form was bright with pride. I couldn't miss seeing you off. Seeing me off. I'm coming home. I know. But I wanted to tell you something first. Dorea drifted closer, her silver eyes intense. You've done something remarkable this year, Harry. Not just the politics, or the Pettigrew capture, or even facing Voldemort. You've become someone I never expected. What's that? Happy. Dorea's voice was soft. For all my lessons about power and strategy and survival, I never taught you how to be happy. You figured that out yourself. With your friends, your godfather, the life you're building. That matters more than any political victory. Harry felt tears prickling at his eyes. Thank you, grandmother, for everything. Thank you, my dear boy, for giving an old ghost something to believe in. She faded, her form dissolving into the summer sunlight. But her warmth remained, a presence Harry carried with him as he made his way to the Floo connection that would take him home. Home. Black Manor. Dorea and Creature and Sirius, and all the people who had become his family. The war wasn't over. Voldemort was still out there, weakened but not defeated. The Horcruxes still needed to be found and destroyed. And somewhere in Harry's scar, a fragment of evil still lurked waiting. But for now, in this moment, Harry allowed himself to feel something he'd spent years learning to recognize: hope. The train disappeared around the bend. Harry turned and walked toward his future. Whatever came next, he was ready.